now YouTube. And we are ready, Chair, whenever you are.
Okay. And it is 9 a.m., so let's go ahead and make sure we let everybody into the room. Let's get started.
All right, incoming.
Incoming. And we still have a few more people. Okay, looks like our waiting room has been emptied, so we'll go ahead and get started. Welcome everyone. This is the regular meeting for the Board of Supervisors for the County of Lake. Today is March 2nd. Today we will do a moment of silence. As we know, mental health has been a large issue throughout this entire COVID-19 pandemic. And so we will go ahead and hold everyone in our thoughts that have been impacted, whether directly from the loss of a loved one or from just the burdens of the issues created by this pandemic. So let's have a moment of silence. Supervisor Simon, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today?
Yes, thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one God, one nation, indivisible, with independence and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and move on to item number 4, consideration for extra items not appearing on the posted agenda. Are there any items being requested for extra items from the board or from staff? Hearing none, let's go ahead and move on to item number 5, the approval of the consent agenda. Any items from the board who wishes to pull an item?
No.
Okay. Jake, let's go ahead and open up the Zoom room. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to remove or pull an item from the consent agenda for further discussion?
All right, I sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
My first name John, J-O-H-N, last name H-O-U. I work for Jinchun Agriculture in Lower County. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone want to pull an item from the consent agenda 5.1 through 5.5? And hearing none, let's go ahead and bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve consent agenda 5.1 through 5.5.
Second.
Okay, and we have a second from Supervisor Simon. Johanna, if we can please get a roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Simon.
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall.
Aye.
Supervisor Scott.
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska.
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see, 9:03. Let's go ahead and skip straight to weekly calendars. And if we can get that started, let's go ahead and start with Supervisor Pyska today.
So I just have a couple things to report on. Supervisor Simon and I met with the CMAT team yesterday to get that going. Again, for those of you that don't know, that's the Community Mitigation Action Team that works with the National Forest Service. And they come into communities and do an assessment and provide framework for building a strategy all things related to fire all throughout our community and all of our organizations. So we have that ball rolling again. We ask that they come to our county as soon as possible. It's been put off a couple of times, last spring, last fall, and we would like it to be complete before July 1st when our fire season starts. So we're going to be working on that together over the next couple of weeks to get through the pre-planning and get them here, hopefully, either virtually or hybrid. And then Middletown Unified School District started yesterday in hybrid. And Kelseyville teachers went back to yesterday, and students will be back next week. So that's those are my updates. And let me get to my calendar. Tomorrow morning, I have a TID meeting.
Say it again.
Yes?
Oh, go for it.
Oh, okay. TID, area on aging. Then I have a strategy meeting with the Fire Safe Council to get that council up and running again. I have a meeting with Takara, Cavern check-in in the evening. Thursday and Friday, I have the new supervisor CSAC. Saturday is our Broombusters event where we're doing a fire break maintenance on the Anderson fire break near my house. We have a whole community event planned around reducing fuels in our neighborhood. And then in the evening, the crab boil with the Cloud Mountain Lions, drive-through event. And then Monday, my meeting with Carol. I have a meeting with the HOAs and code enforcement on the zone of benefit status. And then meeting again with the CMAT team Monday afternoon.
Okay, thank you very much for your report. Supervisor Scott?
Yes, tomorrow we will be continuing our interviews for the Executive Director of Hope Rising in the morning. I have a Healthy Start meeting at 11. I have double booked meetings. I have the Children's Council and the ACT meeting at 1 o'clock. On Thursday, I have at noon the Smart Start Bright Future meeting to try to get that rolled out. At 3 o'clock, I have the COC meeting. On Friday, I will be attending the Uprooting the Structural Drivers of Health Equality. And then on Monday, Executive Committee meeting for Hope Rising. And then we'll be attending the drive-through event for Clear Lake High School senior class. It's a enchiladas that you can drive through on Parallel Drive. So look that up on Facebook and let's support our seniors at Clear Lake High School.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Supervisor Simon.
Okay, 1 second here. Apologize.
No worries.
So board meeting today, may have a short discussion this afternoon with Carol, potentially, but not sure on that one. But tomorrow, Wednesday, have the Space Committee meeting in the afternoon. On Thursday, got a full schedule on Thursday, South Deal Committee meeting, State Board of Fire Services, and in the afternoon, those are in the morning, and then in the afternoon, the meeting with the Attorney General's office. Friday, kind of open at this point. We'll be returning phone calls and working with constituents on, don't have anything on Saturday or Sunday. I think there is a local food drive-through. There is a lot of those going on. Here, I think it's Central Park is doing something this week, and I could be wrong on the name, but, and then I'll back here on Monday for a meeting with Carol in the morning. And then we have, again, we put the CMAT meetings that Jessica talked about on a regular schedule to continue that thing moving forward. I know we were talking about a few weeks in a row, so excited to get that moving. Jessica, thank you for coordinating that and getting that really moving. So we're moving forward with that. And then back here on Tuesday for next week's meeting.
Thank you, Supervisor Simon. Supervisor.
And I did want to say one thing. I think I had too much coffee this morning. one little click on the Pledge of Allegiance on there. I'm upset with myself on that. I apologize about that.
You'll get a do-over.
Yeah.
All right, Supervisor Crandall.
So agenda review following this meeting. Tomorrow, TID, I think it is. TID in the morning. I think I'll be meeting with the Robinson Council in the afternoon time frame. Earth Committee at 4, CSA in the evening at 7. That's Wednesday. Thursday. Moak, what time is that South Deal meeting?
It's 10:30. You haven't got notice yet, or what?
No, not yet, but that's perfect.
Okay, all right. I'll make sure to send an email on that too, but starts at 10:30. It's going to be on Zoom.
That works out so perfect. I'm going to talk with some kids at Upper Lake High School for one of my, one of the kids, their parents asked if I'd go and talk with them. So, right when I'm finished, I'll be able to go right to that South Field committee. And then probably come here at the office and see what I can take care of here. Friday probably be a big day for constituents and whatnot. A lot of things going on the North Shore, trying to work out some of the issues of code enforcement, homelessness, things like that. So, yeah, doing that stuff. On the 8th, I have a meeting set, and I'm just waiting for the person to confirm that's wanting to do the project. There should be a meeting with me and myself, Bruno, and both Scotts, one from community development and the other from special district. So hopefully that works out and we can meet on that. Meeting with Carol in the evening. And well, actually after that meeting at 3 p.m. And then in the evening, I have a Zoom meeting with the folks in Nice who are having like the monthly or actually bi-monthly meetings of discussing some of the criminal activity and trying to keep ahead of some of that, working on getting lights and whatnot in that area. So I got a lot of help from staff on that as well, or direction at least. And then back here on Tuesday, the 9th. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So for me, just want to report real quick. Yesterday, we had our Middle Creek restoration project. We are trying to figure out the pathway with our new contract with Momentum, who's going to be doing the appraisals and the acquisitions of properties. And we are looking at prioritizing the properties that make up Bloody Island. We are limited to potentially April 1st or March 31st, 2022 for when we can spend that money. So we're also looking for an extension as COVID has really delayed a lot of the appraisals. Actually, duck hunting also delayed our appraisals in that area as well. So we didn't want to send out appraisers in a dangerous situation. Also later that yesterday had what I think is important to report out on is we had a subcommittee of the Waste Management Advisory Board for illegal dumping in the county. And so we're looking at revamping a little bit of our ordinance and to strengthen it, give it more teeth, and also provide some other ancillary help on the side as to what else is going to help challenge those who are trying to continue illegally dumping. It's educate, enforce, clean up, and the last one, I'm thinking of Lars, but it's not coming through. There's one other part to it. I'll figure it out. But anyway, so those were important meetings that I wanted to make sure and report on, and we'll hopefully come back to the board within the next few months to provide some actual ordinance changes and things like that. Today, agenda review later on. Tomorrow, I'm going to a grand opening business in the city of Clear Lake. Then I have on the 4th an EPA meeting for the Superfund site that's over on Sulphur Bank. And they're starting to get some community input on that, and hopefully we can get some action, some good, strong action taken rather than just a little step. We need to take some larger steps. Later on that day, I will also be in the meeting with Supervisor Simon with the AG's office. Looking forward to that conversation, and depending on when that ends, I also have a CSAC phone call to get another update on COVID-19, vaccination, and all that's going on from the state. At this moment in time, it looks like I have a meeting with Dr. Pace and our CAO, Carol Hutchinson. I am not 100% sure if that will occur or not, but that's on my calendar at this moment. That would be on Friday, and that's all I seem to have on Friday. And then Monday, setting up for this meeting with our CAO and another CSAC phone call to get updates on everything COVID. And just to let you know, the state as a whole is going through a lot of issues. The counties as a whole are going through a lot of issues. A lot of people are asking for more vaccinations. A lot of people are asking for more equity. While Lake County is not immune to some of those problems, overall we're in the mid-range. We're not getting a huge amount of percentages that are being vaccinated compared to, say, like Mono County, who has a very small population, are close to 50% vaccinated. But we're also not at the bottom, like Inyo County, which was at like 7%. We're getting closer to about 20%. So we're definitely not doing bad. We just wanted to give you that update from the state. And that is my report. And that will put us in time for our 905 item, and we will go ahead and, or 906 item, and go ahead and open that up. 6.2, consideration of update on COVID-19. And I do not see Dr. Pace currently on my screen. There he is, just popped up. Dr. Pace, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Supervisors. Thank you for having us once again for the COVID update. So just the quick overview is the cases are continuing to improve, and Sarah will talk about that in just a second. We're still in the purple tier, and the numbers aren't quite getting us to the red tier yet, but we're getting closer. And the vaccine is continuing to roll out as fast as we get it in. We're sending it on out. So we're getting approximately 2,000 doses this week that will be both for first and second doses. So, you know, just to give an idea, it's more than we have been getting in the past, but we're still, you know, at 2,000 a week, we're still many weeks away from getting where we want to be. So maybe Sarah can go ahead and give the update, and then I'll come back and talk about some of the specific issues.
Thank you, Dr. Pace. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to give a quick update. Have positive news, like Dr. Pace said, indicators of reducing transmission at both the state level and in Lake County. And then we're going to review about 40 of the COVID deaths that we've identified in Lake County to help inform the vaccine strategy and thinking. And then we'll finish looking at our progress in Lake County as of yesterday. So testing continues to decline at the state level. Yesterday, about 244,000 new tests were reported. We continue to see the testing positivity decline. The 14-day average is 2.6%. This is incredibly positive news. Correspondingly, we see a decline in new cases identified. About 3,500 new cases were reported statewide yesterday. This is the lowest we've seen since early October. This is really promising news. Again, we continue to track at the state level the variants, and there are a couple of concern, but statewide, down to 3,500 new cases is incredibly promising. Statewide, we've identified over 52,000 deaths from COVID. Just a note here, if you're looking at the graph on the right, you see over 1,000 deaths reported recently. Most of those were from LA County. They had done a review of deaths, and so they didn't all occur on that day. That was a result of a review of deaths of a couple months prior. Reducing impact in our healthcare system, about 5,400 COVID hospitalized patients were reported yesterday statewide, and about 1,500 of those were in the ICU. In Lake County, we've identified 51 new cases over the last 7 days. This is the lowest number of cases we've seen over a week in a long time. It brings our total to about 3,100 cases total since the beginning of the pandemic. And we've identified there's been one more death in the last 7 days. This purple bar here represents the week of February 14th through the 20th. Our new tier assignment will be announced this afternoon by the state. This, like Dr. Pace said, keeps us in the purple tier due to our daily case rate. So our daily case rate for this new time period will be 11 per 100,000. It was about 15 per 100,000 last week. So we are continuing to decline, and our testing positivity in Lake County is also declining down to 4.9%, 2 positive signs. And this is a busy table, so let me spend a few minutes walking through this and talking about why we looked at the data this way. So a couple weeks ago, I did an analysis of, at the time, 39 COVID deaths among Lake County residents. And we know that congregate living settings, which I have abbreviated here as CLS, have been high-risk settings throughout the pandemic for deaths to COVID. And so in Lake County, we've identified 13 COVID deaths that were associated with congregate living settings for people who lived in skilled nursing facilities. And that's why statewide and in Lake County, we prioritized those populations to receive the first doses of the vaccine. And most of those people were white non-Hispanic, 85% were white non-Hispanic, and most of those people were 75 years in age of and older. Then we looked at deaths that weren't associated with congregate living settings because a different level of risk for exposure and death due to a variety of factors. And at the time, that was 26 deaths were associated with what I call community deaths. They weren't associated with congregate living settings. And the reason we did this is now that we move forward with vaccinations and into different priority populations, wanting to better understand who in Lake County has been most at risk for death to COVID. And so of these community deaths or deaths not associated with a congregate living setting, about 58% of people were white non-Hispanic, about 42% of people were people of color. And you'll see here the age distribution is different as we'd expect from the deaths in the skilled nursing facility. So about 46% of people were over 75, 19% 65 to 74, and about a third, 35% under 65. So we're going to look a little bit closer at those community deaths as, again, we move forward into different priority populations to better understand who those populations are. So here we're looking at those community deaths, again, deaths not associated with the congregate living setting. And we're looking by race, ethnicity, and we're looking by age group. You know, both are risk factors for a variety of reasons. So the majority of community deaths, about 58%, were among people who are white, non-Hispanic. And about half of them, 53%, are 75 and older. 33% were 65 to 74, and 2 of the deaths were among people, or 13%, under the age of 65. We have a different age distribution among people of color in Lake County. A little less than half of the deaths were among people of color. 36% were over the age of 75, and the majority, or about 2/3, were under 65. So what this suggests, and I think is important to consider as we look at our vaccine strategy, is to ensure that we're reaching the populations most at risk for death and for severe outcomes like hospitalization. And as you know, Dr. Pace has updated you on the priority populations and will continue to do so. I think what we're looking at is, as we've opened it up to people 65 and older, or we've reached, and I'm about to show you our success in reaching older people, but I think it's really important that we think about this population as well that's under 65, that has not, for the most part, been eligible for the vaccine unless they've been in a particular occupation or employment group, and that this is an important group to target in terms of first doses for vaccine. So here's the update on our numbers. About 9,300 residents have received 1 dose. This is about 18% of the adult population. This is up about 900 doses since I last reported these on Thursday morning. And then about 4,200 residents, about 45% of people who've received their first dose have received both doses. So this is about 8% of the adult population. And this is up about 1,200 since Thursday morning. And so total doses administered as of last night, about 13,500 doses administered to Lake County residents. I think really important to know and to remember as we look at these data moving forward, at least for now, they don't include data or vaccines administered through Indian Health Service, the VA. And so when we look at our data, particularly by, and the reason for that is those are on different data systems. There is talk about integration of those systems, but at this moment, it does not include those doses. So it's important to remember that, particularly when we look at some of the demographics of who have been vaccinated. So here, as of last night, 50% of Lake County residents over 75 and older have had their first dose. So just to walk through this table, that's about 2,645 people. We estimate that there's about 5,300 people in this age group in Lake County, which makes 50% of the population has received their first dose. About 40% of people 65 to 74 have received their first dose. 8% 55 to 64, 11% 45 to 54. So we'll continue to track this over time, and we'll see this shift as we have different priority groups, whether by age or occupational status. And then here we're looking at the race ethnicity of people who've received their first dose in Lake County. So 16% of white non-Hispanic residents and 8% of Latino residents have received their first dose. So a couple things that I think are really important to note here. First, in a large part, these data, like in other counties, reflect the groups that were prioritized through the state guidelines. And as we move through the priority populations, I think we'll see this shift. But to date, we see that about 7,200 white non-Hispanic residents have received their first dose out of about 44,000 people, or about 16% of that population. For Latinos, we see about 1,100 people have been vaccinated out of about 14,200 in that population, for about 8%. Here, it's really important to note, again, these data are completely limited, but that they're not integrated with Indian Health Service data. So I think this is a dramatic undercount of Native Americans in the community that have been vaccinated. Then I'll say for the other racial ethnic groups here, people who identify as other races or multiracial, about 16% have been vaccinated, 10% among Black residents, 26% among Asians, and 81% around Native Hawaiian. So for these racial ethnic groups where there's smaller populations in the county, the population estimates, these come from the US Census Bureau, the American Community Survey, and there are large margins of errors for these populations as these populations get smaller. So these denominators, these population estimates, a little less reliable, but I still think really important to report on progress among all racial ethnic groups. And that is all I have, I believe, for today. And we'll continue to update on our progress. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Sarah. So I think there's a couple things I want to just emphasize after with what she said, and then I'll go into talking about the variants and the vaccine. So one is that we have been incorrect about the way we've been reporting the number of cases we need to have to move into the red tier. We were to move from the purple to the red tier, it needs to be over 42 cases, but to move from, from the purple, Correct me. Well, this is the confusing part.
Yeah, so what the California Department of Public Health did for small counties, recognizing that just a few cases can dramatically impact our daily case rate, is that if we were in the red tier, they allowed us to have up to 43 cases per week to stay in the red tier. And that's actually about 10, a daily case rate of about 10 per 100,000. But they are holding the line currently to move into the red tier. They're holding the line that we need 7 per 100,000, which is about 31 cases per week. So I'll repeat that because I think it's a little confusing. So currently, to move into the red tier, CDPH is requiring that we have no more than 31 cases per week. And then there's some wiggle room to stay in it up to 43, but we had previously reported 43 as the goal, and really that's how you stay in the red tier. I hope that was
right. Thanks. So the point of this is that we were saying 42 would get us into the red tier before, but it's actually about 31. The state, I believe the governor is going to come out later today, and he's changing that framework. I think it's going to be based on I don't know exactly what he's going to say, but I think it's going to be that once you get a certain number of people vaccinated in the county, that they're going to loosen it up, and it may come back to about the 10 per 100,000. But it's a moving target. Things are changing all the time, and but where we are at this moment right now is we need to get to about 30 cases per week to move into the red tier. There's two data points that are important. One is the positivity rate, and we are at the proper positivity rate for the red tier. The second is the case rate, and we're improving. We continue to move down, but it's going to be a little further than we thought. And we have to be in there for 2 weeks before we can actually switch to the red tier and open up indoor dining and some of that stuff. So that's one thing I wanted to emphasize. A second is what Sarah's talking about with tribal health is kind of significant, because tribal health has gotten a lot of vaccine, and they've been very out there in terms of getting people vaccinated. So they've vaccinated something like 1,000 people now. And we're not getting credit for that in terms of the county numbers, because it's going through a different pathway. They're working on it and trying to get that sort of lined up. But at this point, we're probably about 1,000 people, somewhere around there, less than what we actually are in the county. So our numbers are actually better than what we're reporting there. There's some interesting data about the schools. So a lot of times people are asking how many people are declining the vaccine that are offered it. So how many people in the healthcare world or in the education world or just in the community at large? You can see that about 50% of the 75 and older folks have been vaccinated now, but are the other 50% declining, or they just haven't been able to get it together to be in there, or it's too many obstacles, or they're homebound, or what's going on? With the schools, we there's something like 1,300, 1,400 teachers and staff in the schools, in the K through 12 in Lake County, and about 1,000 of them were interested in getting it and signed up for it. So, that's something like, about, 75% or more that I don't know that they all actually completed it, but they were interested and signed up for it. And so we were prepared to do that. So that's a round number of what one portion of the population was doing. And, I think it's usually somewhere between about 50 and 80%. I saw an article come out the other day about the military, and in the military, because I think people are younger and healthier, and I'm not sure what all the reasons are, but it was a little under 50% of the people that were going ahead and getting the COVID vaccine. So it's probably somewhere between 50 and 80% of the population is going ahead with it. Well, one of the things we're seeing with this vaccine hesitancy is that people are often kind of holding back, watching their friends and family get it, and then if things go okay, then 2, 3, 4 weeks later, they're interested in getting it. I would encourage people not to take that strategy just because, it's the infection is still out there, so people are still getting sick. The last piece of this, just to comment on Sarah's pieces, was the Latino population is about 8% has been vaccinated. In the community, it's about 20% of the population, so we would like to at least see it at that. And in terms of the impact of COVID, it's something like 40% of the cases are Latino. So we're at about a quarter of where we'd like to be in terms of just that health equity kind of measure. So, so I wanted to just move on from that, but just to comment on those things. So one of the things is the variants. There's a fair amount of media play about the variants now, and I think it's just worth it to get an update. There's currently these 3 variants of concern that the CDC is calling out. These are the most worrisome ones where there's pretty clear evidence that it's more contagious and probably more dangerous, and that's the South African variant, the UK variant, and the Brazilian variant. The Brazilian variant has not been found in California yet, but the other 2 have. And we have not identified them in Lake County, but there's not a whole lot of testing going on in Lake County. The state kind of controls the genomic sequencing. And unless we have a specific concern, like somebody's gotten reinfected or something like that, we really can't get the genomic sequencing only. But they're doing kind of random testing. But at this point, I'm not aware of any of those being picked up in Lake County. But both of them are in the Bay Area. The South African and the UK one have been identified in the Bay Area. So the one that we are seeing around California a lot is called the B1427 or B1429, or they call it the California variant as well. This is now making up approximately half the cases in the Bay Area and in Southern California. They're still considering it a variant of interest, which is a lower level of concern. They have not clearly identified that it's more contagious or more dangerous. I just was on a call this morning where the latest information is they just did a fairly big study in the Bay Area, and they felt that it may be slightly more contagious, but they were actually somewhat reassured after this study. So that's the first good news I've heard about this one yet. But just so that people are aware, this is out there. The same approaches are what we're recommending: masking, maybe double masking, social distancing, avoiding large gatherings, especially indoors, and getting vaccinated. This vaccine, there doesn't seem to be any indication that this vaccine is not working against the California variant. And and even in the cases where there's some problems with the vaccine completely preventing infection from the variants, there's at least partial immunity. And so there's, from all evidence at this point, it's definitely worth getting the vaccine as soon as possible and preventing the spread. So moving on to the vaccine, like Supervisor Sabate was mentioning, there's a lot of changes going on at the state level. It's really, really moving fast. This is going to be a very chaotic month, I think, with a lot of these changes, and then I think things will settle down. They're moving to what they're calling a third-party administrator, or a TPA. So they're basically, the state is going to kind of take over. I mean, not the state, but this private entity, Blue Shield, is going to take over all the inventory and all the tiers and all the data and the appointments and everything. It's not clear exactly whether we're going to get staffing or other kinds of support. That's all still being worked out. Denise Pomeroy is going to be the county representative, really working with the state TPA kind of negotiations around the contract and everything. So she's going to be the point person for all that. But basically what's starting to happen is the state's trying to standardize across the state and trying to get to where they can really move this through in a coordinated, kind of consistent way with feedback and where they understand what's going on, because it's kind of chaotic with 58 counties and all the different possibilities. But it makes it harder for a small county like us, because we kind of have to fight a little bit harder to make sure that our interests are being well represented. One of the big changes is going to be happening is this change to a new appointment mechanism and a new software platform. They're calling it My Turn. This is the one we tried a couple of weeks ago. It didn't work very well, and so we shut it back down, but we're going to have to go on it. It's mandated. Other counties are now on it. It seems to be working a little bit better. But one of the things that they've kind of agreed to is that we're going to be able to prevent out-of-county people who don't live or work in the county. We're going to be able to keep them out of the vaccine sites at least through March. After that, it looks like we're going to have to just let everybody in. But at least for the next couple of weeks, it looks like they've kind of been willing to compromise with us and let us do that. So at least we can focus on getting people in as there's still a limited supply of vaccine. I think the supply of vaccine is going to gradually improve over the coming weeks now. This My Turn site is going to be better in terms of functionality, I think, when it finally settles down. It's going to be, any of these things, when they roll them out, it's very bumpy for the first couple of weeks. But eventually, a lot of the problems people have been having getting appointments or connecting with us about follow-up appointments and things like that, these are all because we're having to work around these clunky old systems and just trying to put people in place to try to plug the holes. And when there's a lot of folks calling and different needs, it's hard to do that. What's going to happen is we're going to kind of shift to a more automated mode. So you're going to have to go online and do it the state's way. We're not going to be able to do all these other kind of special things. They are going to have a phone line where people can call in and they get help doing it. But one of the things that they seem to be requiring is an email and a phone number. So we haven't really worked out what that's going to be for people that don't have emails, because they're trying to double verify people's identity. And so you have to have a cell phone and an email address to be able to do it online, and that's going to be a problem. So these are the kind of things we're just going to be fighting with them about over the coming weeks. And I just encourage people to be patient. I think in the long run, probably by May, it's going to be pretty good, but for the next couple of months, it's going to be kind of bumpy and a little bit problematic. We're basically just having to do workarounds all the time for all these things, and those are going to disappear. But the value of a workaround is it makes it work better for people, but when they're gone, and then you just have to deal with the system the way it is. So another part of what's going to happen with this state takeover is the phases and who's in priority is going to be standardized across the state. So we've kind of been trying to focus on the most vulnerable folks in our county and trying to get those to the front of the line first, because there's been so limited vaccine. As of yesterday, we are no longer able to do that. So at this point, starting yesterday, a couple press releases went out about this, but in case people didn't see all that, we are now, the state guidelines are what we're adhering to. So if you qualify under the state guidelines, you qualify for a vaccine in Lake County, whereas before we were trying to sort of tailor it and just make sure that we got the most vulnerable folks first. So that's over now. So at this point, anybody who was in phase 1A, which is mainly the healthcare workers, educators, including childcare workers, preschool, and college, which we had not allowed to do, they're all eligible at this point. Emergency service workers, including food service and ag workers, are all eligible now. And so any of those folks can sign up on the links on the website. And if you can get an appointment, then come in. If you need to bring some kind of documentation of your status. So if you're 65 or older, you need to bring an ID with a birth date. If you're a food service worker, you need to bring your work badge and a picture ID. If you're a farm worker, you need to have some kind of ID. So these are how we're going to do it, but we're not saying you can't do it if you're eligible on the state level. Starting on March 15th, there's going to be a big change. That's when the state says that people with chronic medical conditions will be eligible. They have a long list of certain conditions that make you eligible, and so you'll need to go on the website. I'm pretty sure it was in the press release last week too, but where they describe that. If that's your situation, if that's how you're going to qualify, you need to get a note from your doctor or for your medical provider that says, yes, so-and-so qualifies for the vaccine under the current state guidelines. You don't need to get them to write down what your qualification is. We don't care about that. It's up to your medical provider, but that's how we're going to kind of verify people at the front gate. Don't make our, poor screeners at the front gate when there's dozens of cars waiting have to determine whether your medical condition qualifies or not. You need to get some documentation from your medical provider. If you don't have a medical provider in the county, or you can't get that kind of letter, you need to write into the Mohawk line, and I'll review these and make a list, and we'll put it up front. So I'll have to make some kind of determination about that, because we don't want people to be excluded that don't have a medical provider, but we need to have some kind of verification, because otherwise people sort of scam the system a little bit. So the second appointments have been a problem. The follow-up appointments, where with the Moderna, it's 4 weeks after, have been a bit of an issue. And we apologize for that. Partly what happened is we thought we were going to be able to make those appointments at the first visit, but then, you know, we've changed the sites, we've changed the days, everything's kind of moved around. We've been calling people, but oftentimes it's, you know, within a day or two of the time. And if we don't get in touch with them, people are getting frustrated. So what we're doing now is we're putting the links on the web page. So one thing, I think the first important thing is if you got the Moderna vaccine, the recommended time is 4 to 6 weeks after the first dose. So we were shooting for 4 weeks after, 28 days after, but you still have 2 more weeks. There's no problems. You don't need to worry that there's any kind of the spoilage or lack of effect or anything like that. And it's almost for sure it can go on much longer than 2 weeks after, but that's what the current recommendation is. So between 4 to 6 weeks is when we're targeting. If you should be getting a call or an email from us. If that doesn't happen, you can call or email to the Mohawk line. And that's the best way to do it. Just leave a message with your name, the date you got your vaccine, and some contact information, and we'll get back to you. But the quickest and most direct way is just to go on, get the links on the web page, and sign up for it. You don't need to talk to anybody, and then we'll just come in. You will have to have your initial card, the card from your first vaccine, to come in, because we don't want people scamming the system by coming in on the second appointment website. So you got to have your card, the card from your first shot when you come in and do it. But that's the easiest way. If you can't get in that way and you haven't gotten a call and you need to be called, email us or call us at the Mohawk line. So there's a new vaccine that just got approved last Friday, the Johnson & Johnson, or they're also calling it the Janssen. It's a one-shot vaccine. It seems to be pretty much as effective. The current thinking is that any of the 3 vaccines that are available are equivalent in impact, and people should just get whatever one they can. Depending on what we get delivered, either the Pfizer or Moderna at this point, that's what you get. You don't get a choice. So on a given day, if it's Pfizer, you get Pfizer. On the next day, if it's Moderna, you get Moderna. And then for the second dose, you have to get the same one you got the first time. But people are kind of wanting to pick and choose. From a medical point of view, there doesn't seem to be any advantage or disadvantage over them. The only difference is going to be this new one, the Johnson & Johnson, is only going to be 1 dose. And maybe it's a little bit less effective, but at this point, there's no indication that that's going to make any real difference in the real world. We don't have any of that yet. They're supposedly going to start shipping some to California later this week. I think the state's going to give specific guidance about who we should be giving it to. Most likely it's going to be people that are hard to get to a second time, you know, farm workers or people that are more migratory, homeless folks, things like that. But we don't have that guidance yet. So the vaccine sites are going well. There's 2 days a week in Lakeport at the drive-in theater, 2 days a week at Redbud Park in Clear Lake. You know, we're getting somewhere between 400 and 800 to 1,000 people a day through there between first and second doses. It's quite an operation. There's a lot of people going through. Some days it goes really smooth. Friday we had the tents blow over and we had to stop everything while we were reworking everything for about 45 minutes. So there was a big holdup on there. But, you know, all in all, we've got an incredible group of people that are working on this. You know, just to give just a sense of what's going on, there's like basically 25 to 30 people out there, 4 days a week, 6 to 8 hours a day. So it's pretty much, there's 30 people doing a full-time job to set up these vaccine sites. These are people that, you know, they're either health department staff, which have been, you know, completely overworked for a year now, or folks from other departments around the county. You know, probation's been a big help. Social services has been a big help. We've had a lot of help from other agencies around the county, from the local, the city law enforcement and things. And then there's all these retired nurses, retired docs, student nurses, you know, all kinds of volunteers coming out to help. You know, we've been very, very fortunate for this. And when you go out there, just kind of recognize there's like a whole team of people working basically a full-time job to provide this vaccine site for the community, in addition to their other jobs and everything. We're now starting to hire temp people, and we're starting to try to do other things, but it's quite a coordinated effort. And you know, our public health nursing staff and our emergency services staff and the other folks have been really stepping up for this, and so really appreciate that. And it looks like these are going to be the models that we're going to use going forward. Now, even when the state comes in, I think what they're going to do is just sort of work with us around the current model. So my thinking is, and you know, we'll see, they get the final say, but is that we're just going to keep moving forward like this, providing at this kind of level and be expanding and contracting depending on need and vaccine availability. Sutter and Adventist are also providing vaccine and doing a great job. Lakeview Clinic's doing some, Tribal Health is doing some, Safeway's doing some, North Lake Pharmacy is doing some. And so with the new arrangements going on with the state, they're gonna, the ones that want to continue moving forward are going to have to do some more direct involvement with the state. They're not going to be coming through us. So I think that's going to change over the coming month, but it's going to get more complicated basically to be a provider in the community for this. So, you know, I think that's the general overview of the vaccine. There's just a couple more things I want to say, and then I'll stop. I'm sorry this is going on so long, but the tiers, like I said, like I mentioned earlier, I think the governor's coming out today to make some adjustments to the tier system that's going to incorporate vaccine, how much of the population is vaccinated, and when more of the population is vaccinated, they'll relax some of the restrictions. One of the things to just for people to be aware of is that, you know, I might have mentioned this last week, but in the nursing homes, everybody has gotten vaccinated now. All the residents and over half the staff have gotten vaccinated. And since that's happened, there have been no new cases in the nursing home. So you saw in the earlier death data that a third of all the deaths in the county have been in the nursing homes. And, you know, it was kind of a nightmare this fall with what was going on there with just those. The staff were scrambling to keep on top of things. The, you know, patients couldn't visit their family. They couldn't do any activities. And now, since they've been vaccinated, there's been no new cases. And so they're starting to loosen up on the visitation, on the activities. Things are starting to loosen up quite a bit. And I think that's really kind of a view into what may be coming in the coming months if we get enough of the population vaccinated here. So folks that are reluctant or kind of holding back, the sooner you can get vaccinated, the sooner we can get this to you, and we can get more and more folks vaccinated, the better off it's going to be. I did want to mention a little bit about schools because it's so important for our society. Basically, Brock wasn't able to be in here today because I was going to ask him to do it. But basically, the schools are starting to move forward to opening with hybrid models. There's a couple of the school districts that have been open, were open all last fall, and have reopened a couple of weeks ago and seem to be doing fine. Then the other school districts, in terms of the kindergartens, K through 6, are opening up now in a hybrid model, and the ones that haven't done it yet are going to be doing it next week, I believe. The middle schools and the high schools are waiting until we get into the red tier, and then they will be able to do the same thing. And I think they're all prepared to do it once we are into the red tier. So all in all, you know, we are moving forward with the schools, but it's been a huge impact on the county, and I really am sad about what's happened here for the kids over the last year. So just in terms of kind of the conclusions here, the vaccine's moving, the state's changing a lot. It's going to be very much a moving target. And once you figure out how to do something, it's going to change in the coming weeks. I'm sorry about that. We don't really have a whole lot of control about it. With the weather improving and the vaccination rates improving and the case rates dropping, I think we're going to be moving better, more into normalcy. People can be outside doing things more. And I think we're through the worst now. The variants do raise a question mark in that, but I think the general consensus by the experts is that things should gradually improve, maybe not as fast as they would have without the variants, but there's a few experts kind of predicting future surges, but at this point, we're not really seeing that. I think in the coming weeks, the data will help us see that. So the schools are getting better, and we're just kind of hopefully moving into a better time now. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pace, for your very in-depth report. I saw that Supervisor Crandall had his hand up during that report, so I'll start with you.
Thank you. Dr. Pace, I just wanted to touch base because you've given us numbers on the county's vaccinations, and wanted to see if I can collaborate and get the numbers from Tribal Health or something like that. Is there something hindering that from them communicating that or with you, or I'm not sure.
So it's not about, Tribal Health has been a very good partner, and so they're communicating well. The issue is the downloading into the state data system.
Okay.
And so Ernesto, I just talked with him yesterday, and he said, that their IT people are working on it, trying to get it in, but it's really, IT kind of question because they're getting their vaccine through a different pipeline through IHS. The state has a certain way that they want to do it, and they're not very flexible. But since they're getting their vaccine through IHS, through the federal government, they don't have to kind of report the same way. And so it's sort of like talking two different languages,
I understand. It's just because I know that they serve not just the Native community, they serve whoever is a patient at the Tribal Health. And I've been there because I take my mother quite frequently, and I see a lot of folks that are getting vaccinations. And so I know those numbers would help towards, you mentioned that the more the people in the county are vaccinated, the more we can go ahead and start moving forward to different lessening restrictions. And so I just, I want to do what I can to help facilitate that if possible. So if there's anything I can do to figure out how to get pressure or get information from IHS, I can, would be a part of that.
Well, I think it's a really important point, because when the governor comes out today, when he starts talking about, I think it's going to be a percentage of the population vaccinated, this data will make a huge difference, because it may make the difference between pushing us over the line where we could open up or not. So, but it's not going to count. They're not going to count it if it's not in the state system. So yeah, if you have some ability to encourage them to move that along, that's probably a good idea.
I don't think I do, but I'll do my best. Is what I'm saying.
Okay, anybody from the board have any questions or comments for Dr. Pace?
No, I just wanted to add on with EJ there. EJ, I think we have a call. I think we do have a path to at least get this message up to the governor's office. So I'll reach out to you, EJ, and Dr. Pace, and we'll see if we can get something set up this week to talk about those numbers being reported at the state level from IHS. So I think I have an idea, and I'll coordinate with that. I did want to just say that, as EJ said, I know they're doing both native and non-native, at the Tribal Health Clinic. But I just want to, as always, Dr. Pace talks about it every week, the volunteers that have been working tirelessly, all of our public health department and everything. I just want to say how greatly appreciative I am, and I know the community is, for everybody who's been able to get vaccinated at this point. Even though it's frustrating, we do have people getting it done and working through that process. So at this point, that's my comment for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Pyska?
So I really appreciate this thorough presentation, and your team has been working so hard, and volunteers that have been assisting with the vaccinations. My question is about the equity committee. Are we not going to need that any longer if we're going strictly to the state guidelines? And if that's the case, then what would be the process for the people that call us lobbying, or want to have their position heard? So will we not have any local control on that any longer?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. I should have mentioned that. So they're calling it the Ethics Committee, the Vaccine Ethics Committee. The Ethics Committee has been meeting weekly. They meet again today. Last week, the recommendations were pretty much unchanged from the week before because we hadn't had any vaccine because of the weather interruptions with the supply. So people are writing into the MOAC line and we're sending it over, so they will bring up those concerns that have been brought up during the last week again. I think that's a question in my mind, whether they're going to want to keep meeting with this new kind of focus from the state. I think, so I don't know. They'll meet today, and I'm sure that'll be part of the discussion. I think at this point, what I would encourage people to do is keep writing into the MOAC line. So if you get something and you think it's appropriate to go that way, send it to me or send it to the MOAC line, and we'll have it go into them. I don't know exactly what the role of this committee should be, because where it got started was to work with helping us navigate on the local level, and now we have a lot less control over that now, and we'll have even less by the end of the month. It's going to be basically when the switch flips on, people can come in from out of county and all kinds of things. So I don't know. So, but I'm sure that I'm glad you brought that up, and that's been in my mind to kind of encourage that conversation today in the group. And but I would say right now, for people that have concerns or have some opinions they want to voice, to send that into you or to me or to the MOAC line, and we'll get it to the committee.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Scott?
No real question today. Just thank you, Dr. Pace, for your update, and thank you for doing this twice a week. It's really helped the public become informed of what's going on. I just think they feel more comfortable. And then going back to our vaccination numbers, I think it's incredibly important that we have all those numbers. So if that's something that we need to bring back to the board as a letter to the governor, that even though the numbers from tribal health are not being included in our numbers because the systems don't work, he needs to figure out a way that those numbers are included. So Supervisor Crandall and Simon, if you're unable to get that through your avenues, please, let's bring it back to the board and let's make the governor aware that these are high numbers for us when we have such a low population. So we need to make sure that those are being counted.
Thank you, Supervisor. And just to finish the statement you just made, yes, we have a low population for a county, but we have a high population of Native Americans in comparison to other areas, as well, a high population of veterans per capita compared to other counties. So we need to make sure those numbers are counted for, because they're such a major part of our population here. Thank you for all those comments and questions. Again, Dr. Pace, thank you for your presentation, as well as Sarah. I appreciate the data that was presented to kind of get a review and a look at why we're doing what we're doing and why we're prioritizing certain groups over others. Granted, it's not completely different than what the state has offered, but at least we're providing some data to the reasons why we're doing what we're doing. And I think it's important to always have data to support the actions that we take. I'm wondering if it's possible to continue getting an updated view of that percentage of every ethnic group and percentage of populations that are receiving the vaccine, just to see how that's moving along. If that's possible in the upcoming weekly reports that you provide to the board. And if possible, we got a percentage of that specific group of how much of them were vaccinated. Can we also get the percentage when compared to their actual population count? So let's say, for example, African Americans are about 4% of our population. What percentage of that 4% has actually received the dosages? Just to kind of get an idea and a glimpse of more of that equity and how that's working out. And granted, it may not change the deployment, but at least it can provide us with a glimpse of how good we're actually doing when it comes to the equity. And I said this to the state yesterday, I don't think there's anybody with any malintent But equity is a huge problem across the board, and I think it's just the systems that we have and the processes that we've been through. The CLS, the congregate living situation. I'm sure that's not what S stands for, but those are mainly people who are white. And so that's why it would seem that we're vaccinating white people more than people of color, or same thing with healthcare providers. And so the way that we started, it skews and looks like a very unequitable process in how it is that we're deploying it. But I will say, I was on the phone with the state yesterday, and I gave them an earful that based on the data that I've collected from CDPH, the poorest counties are some of the lowest in the vaccination rates, and the wealthy counties are some of the highest. And yet when you also look at deaths to cases, so the ratio of death rates in each county, and when you look at the case rate based on cases to actual population for each county, those with the highest case rates and those with the highest death rates are also some of the lowest vaccinated counties in the state of California. Something's wrong with that. And it's one thing to know it, but it's a different thing to take action to change it. And I feel that some of these things are so deeply embedded in our systems that they are difficult to change. And again, there's no malintent in anything that's happening, but it reveals the problems that we have that are greater than just COVID-19. And I think those are important things to make sure that we pay attention to, so that as we have the opportunity to make systemic changes, that we make those changes happen, so that that's not the way that things happen again if we find ourselves in a similar parallel type of situation in the future. It's really sad that Indian Health and our veteran systems do not communicate together, let alone communicate with our overall CARES system that we're using for keeping track of the vaccine. It just seems that that would have been something important that they kept track of. And also, you talked of the My Turn coming from the state. Just on my phone call with the state yesterday, Kings County, which is one of the highest populations for agricultural Latino populations, has one of the lowest levels of vaccination rates, and yet the majority of their vaccine appointments are going to neighboring counties from people coming in. So they're still having problems with specific tailoring of you get this many vaccines based on your populations, and then other populations coming in and getting the vaccine. And I just I hope that we can continue to apply that we need to check IDs. And if you're not from Lake County or you don't work here in Lake County based on the way that we're working the system, sorry, but this is not the way it's going to work. So when it comes to Blue Shield, I hope that they collaborate and not just come in and take over. And I hope that they can keep reporting to us rather than just directly reporting back to the state. They are here in our community. They should be reporting to us and letting us know what their actions are here. It just, I'm concerned of how this is all going to work out. You said something about 1,900. I just wanted to check your numbers here. You said about 1,900 educators or people, staff working in education. Is that the correct number, 1,900?
No, I said 1,300 to 1,400.
Okay. So I was wrong in hearing that. Okay, so that percentage looks good, and I know that it's high across the board for educational staff throughout the state. It's the other sectors of the economy where it's not necessarily always that high. Let me see, going through my stuff here. Can you provide two pieces of information if you have it? Number one, how does somebody get an appointment? Where do they go? What website and what phone number in case they don't have access to the internet?
Okay, yeah, that's so the best way to do it, the most efficient way to do it, is to go to our website, the health department website, Lake County Health Department, and on there will be links. So if it's for a first appointment, you go on and get on the link there and sign up. If it's a second appointment, it's a different link. A press release went out yesterday morning or yesterday afternoon, and it also went out end of last week with all the specifics on there, so people can look those up. But if basically the way it's designed to work is on an internet-based appointment platform, on online appointment scheduling, which is a drag for people that don't have computers or don't have good internet access, or are older, or English isn't their first language and they're not good with the computer. All those things can be an obstacle, and there's a lot of those obstacles in Lake County. So we do have some phone lines you can use, especially, so kind of the way we've done it, and again, this is all in the press release, but the way we've sort of set it up right now is the general information line is 211. So you can get general information there, but they're not going to set you up an appointment. If you need help with an appointment, setting up an appointment because you don't have good internet access or you can't navigate it, if you're a senior, you can call this number 993-4644. And they have like 5 or 6 people working on the lines. If you can't get through, it sounds like there's been a lot of trouble getting through. People ought to leave a message, because they do call back everybody who calls and tries to work with them later on, by the end of the day. A lot of the folks at social services, they've been a huge help, and they've been making hundreds of calls for us to do this. If you're a farm worker, so we have a special farm worker line, sort of, or a Latino, bilingual, bicultural line, where this is through the folks at Lake County Office of Education that are helping us. And there's a couple different numbers: 262-4162, 262-4153, 262-4159. So they're going to have staff there specifically to work on it on Fridays. But if people call at other times during the week, I think they'll get a call back too. But so those are ways to navigate in if you're from those specific groups. But if you need to get in and it's not working, call our Mohawk line and it will get you through. So if you can't get through to somebody, leave a message or email us and we will get back to you. We're very interested in reaching back. I think there's been some problems. We've had some kind of internal problems with communication. So I think people have called the 993 number and they get sent to the Mohawk line. The Mohawk line sends them back. So I think people have had that very, very frustrating experience of either not getting a person, or you get a person and they send you someplace else and you can't get through. I think we've streamlined that. But one of the big things you can do is if you're able to navigate online, just go to the link and deal with that. That's the quickest and easiest way to do it. If you can't get an appointment, if there's no appointments, that's because we don't know how much vaccine we're going to have next week, so we can't open the appointments up until we get that together. So we're only working just a couple days at a time, because we don't know how much vaccine we're going to have next time, to basically how many appointments to have. We don't want to make appointments for people that can't get in because we don't have vaccine. This is all going to completely change. Once we go to My Turn, all these will be eliminated. And you're going to just go online and do it their way. And if that doesn't work, you can try to call them. But it sounds like it's going to be more frustrating when you go to the My Turn. I know people have had problems with this setup, but we're a lot more high touch, more willing to work with you here with our local folks than they're going to be with My Turn. But that's where it's going.
Appreciate the level of detail. And the reason I was asking that is I see from time to time that we have some open appointments left over, and that public health is putting out messages to the public, hey, we have open appointments, please make an appointment. So I want to make sure everybody's aware of all of those possible links. Another question I have for you, and I spoke to you about this over the past week, is I'm concerned, well, not concerned, but I'd love to see more of our pharmacies sign on to start receiving the vaccine so they can start putting vaccines in arms. I don't see a pharmacy in South Lake. I don't see a pharmacy in the North Shore. I see a lot throughout Lakeport area, and then Adventist Health, and then that's it. So what is the process that a pharmacy, they have to sign up before they contact you, I believe is the process. Can you maybe describe it so that those who own pharmacies, or us, we can provide that information to our pharmacies so we can try to get more localized vaccination sites for those that don't have something very close by?
Yeah, well, that would be ideal. So that's a great way to get your flu vaccine, is to go to the pharmacies. We reached out My understanding was we reached out to all the pharmacies in the area to see who was interested, and we didn't, you know, I mean, it's a pretty big lift, and we didn't get a whole lot of uptake at the time. Now, I think there's more interest. The problem is with the state taking over this thing, there's a lot more requirements. Before, we would just get the vaccine and share it with the pharmacy and, you know, kind of work it out. That's being eliminated. So everybody who's going to do it moving forward has to sign up with My Turn. And so if somebody's interested, they can just email me and we'll give them the information on how to do that. But it's, you know, it's going to require a certain level of willingness to jump through the hoops, basically. You know? If we would love, the more people we can get doing this, the better. But what it's going to do is the pharmacy will be working directly with the state. They won't be coming through us. So right now we're getting a lot of vaccine and then we redistribute it around the county. That's being eliminated as an option. And they're going to have to order directly from the state and put the data in directly in. And if they don't do it the way they like it, they're going to be axed. So it's, you know, if anybody that wants to do it, if they should just go look on My Turn or go through the CDPH website. But if they can't figure out how to do that, have them contact me and we'll hook them up.
Perfect. And I know that Lake Pharmacy, they said you did reach out. They weren't prepared at the time to be able to do that level of service to their customers. But now they're ready to start moving forward and they're working on getting that. So hopefully they'll do the South Lake Pharmacy as well, which is over in Hidden Valley. And maybe we can get some more because I think it's important to have as many possible sites versus centralized sites, which make it difficult for some people. We know that mobility is an issue for many of our population. So the closer we can get it to them, the better. Just wanted to say that I'm really happy to hear about the governor's potential change. I know that I sent an email to Dr. Pace. I had advocated that they add the variable of how many people have been vaccinated, that it made no sense to continue in the tiered system with the new variable that was not being accounted for, especially since at the beginning, we had like a 40% positivity rate because we were basically testing people who were sick. Then we started testing a lot of people just to kind of check in and see where the virus was. Very much lowered our positivity rate, but I'm feeling that at one certain point, we'll go back to only testing those that are sick rather than continuing this level of testing because so many people are vaccinated. Those people don't want to get tested any longer. So we have to figure out how to add that variable of the vaccination rate into the tiered system. Sounds like that's what the state is planning to do. I will reach out as well through my avenues that I've had that I feel has positive results to try and make sure that our veteran and Indian health information is collated with all the other information that has been going through the other healthcare facilities that we have around the lake, as well as public health, so that we can make sure that number is correct. The number thing is an issue for me because we talked about the vaccination rates, but also it's just the state has continuously had different numbers than us. For instance, I go to CDPH, it says we've done 46,000 tests. I go to our public health, it says we've done 26,000 tests. So unfortunately, there's a lot of data discrepancy between what we have and what they have, and we need to get to a better point where we can agree with what the state has. And if the state tells us we can't go in the direction that we think we should go, that becomes a problem, and we need to make sure that we have something a little bit better. So I'll work on those things with the state as well and see if we can get more to an agreeable status. I'm done with all of my comments. Thank you for letting me speak for such a long time. Any other comments from the board before I open it up for the public? Okay, Jake, let's go ahead and open up the Zoom room and see if there's any public comments on our COVID-19 update from Dr. Pace.
All right. I sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Hi, it's Denise Pomeroy, the director here at the health department. Chair Sabatier, I just sent you the link for the providers that they can go online if we want to get that posted in the chat or somewhere. that is the link that they can go and get all the information and sign up and everything. So just wanted to let you know. Thank you.
Much. Okay. Anyone else have a public comment for this agenda item?
Hi, I'm Kimberly Ehler, Ehler, and I had a few things, questions I wrote down. And Department of Education, that's what I wrote down because, and then you went right into the COVID. So why not allow separate cultural populations to privately count
Okay,
cases?
hold on a second. Okay, I got to run. I'm in the supervisors meeting, so I got to go.
I have a few things actually. And this latest one, I have a question for that too. Which one do you want me to start with?
Just go ahead and start with your first question.
Okay. Why not separate cultural populations to privately count cases of COVID cases? Why not report to the health departments independently? Indian/tribal health is privately independent, not connected to any state or county interlocking algorithm computer programs. Privacy issues, why not compare ratios independently so that we don't accidentally cause a disparity between different cultural people? And when you're counting people that aren't from Lake County, are you also counting migrant farm workers who are hard to count? And do they have a separate, like the tribal health or one entity, do we have a section that is Hispanic entity as well?
Dr. Pace, would you like to respond to any of that? And I will just start off by saying that all of the numbers that we have are slightly imperfect because populations move all the time. They're based on census data, which is, again, an estimate a lot of times because it's been a long time since we finalized the previous census, and the latest one from 2020 has not necessarily been fully updated and implemented. So yes, it's very tough to know the exact numbers of our population, but we base it on what the best estimates are available to us.
I have a little bit of advice. Now, the census information of 20. Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Dr. Pace?
Sorry.
No, well, it sounds like she's got a point she's trying to make, but I think overall it's a good suggestion that we are trying to separate things out as so that we get a clear sense of which groups are having higher rates of infection or lower rates of vaccine, so that we can try to really address that. The migrant question is. We're just now at the point where some folks are coming in from out of the county now to be working in the different crops, and that's going to be a whole different focus on how to help those people stay safe and how to vaccinate them, because the thing is you can't really separate people out. The way infectious disease like this works is if somebody's in the community that's infected, it impacts everybody. And so if we're not taking care of certain segments of the population, it's going to impact everybody. But
I have a question. May I interject while I can remember? I have a little brain problem. Okay, the question is this. Now, the people that you want to vaccinate, for the greater good of the community, the migrant farm workers, they're in a section. Will they be mandatorily vaccinated by the county health department in any way? Will they have a choice, or are you going to start vaccinating people against their will?
there's no interest in vaccinating anybody against their will. There's no pressure to do that. This is totally voluntary.
Okay, so when you're going in and you're counting the people from, that's going to be hard to count actually, from the migrant farm workers. That was one of the hardest things on the census. A lot of things are a lot easier to count. And I just want to say, if you do want to look up the census, all the information is on the internet, what they got so far. And they've done a pretty accurate count to some despairing communities. I can tell that for sure. Now, I have one more question. I think that answers my question. I got enough to go on there. You guys have a great day. And I have another question. It doesn't relate, though. I was kind of worried about Upper Lake.
I'm gonna have to interrupt you.
Okay, I'm
Open
sorry.
it up for the rest of the public to ask
Okay.
questions. We have a
Okay.
3-minute limit.
Hey,
If there are
guys,
no
go
further
ahead.
questions,
Have
I'll
a
go
good
ahead and
day.
come back to you.
Thanks for the information.
No, or not.
Thank you. But I got an appointment.
Jake, let's go ahead and open up the Zoom room and see if there's any further public comment.
All right. I have sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, doesn't sound like there's anybody left in the Zoom room that has a public comment. And from what I saw, that other lady outside is leaving. If she comes back, Sam, let us know, please. Let's bring it back to the board. Any final comments before we get finished with this agenda item? Okay, Dr. Pace, thank you very much for everything that you're doing. And I know that those vaccine clinics are looking well organized and quite busy. And I appreciate everybody's work in making that happen. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have 10:24. We're going to move on to our 9:45 a.m. item.
Supervisor Sabatier, you did skip public input, the 905 item?
Oh, I sure did. Look at that. Thank you so much. So let's go back to 6.1, public input. Anyone have any comments or questions to the board, which we can't answer because of the Brown Act, and that have nothing to do with any of our agenda items? Jake, if we can open up the Zoom room, please.
Yes, I have sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you, Supervisor, for keeping me in check. Let's move on to item 6.3, 9:45 a.m., consideration of ad hoc committee promoting tolerance, respect, equity, and inclusion. So as of last week, we read a proclamation, which also had some action items. I want to thank our CAO, Carol Hutchinson, for putting this together, the memo for us, and discussing with me what our process will be to move forward. Since the proclamation was brought to us by both Supervisor Crandall and Supervisor Scott, I thought it would just be correct to put both of those supervisors on that committee. I also believe that some of this, and it was brought to our attention last week, was due to some of the feelings and thoughts of what had occurred in Minneapolis with George Floyd, with Breonna Taylor and others. So I wanted to make sure and invite law enforcement to also have a voice in that committee, and then open it up for, and I don't have it in front of me, but I believe it was 4 other public members, so that there's a total of 7 folks on that committee. So that is the agenda item in front of us, and any comments or questions or suggestions from the board?
So I guess my only question would be, they would just fill out the application that we have online to be a member of this board, and then this board will go through and pick out the 4 community members, correct?
That's my thoughts and beliefs, yes. Any other comments?
Mr. Chair, I might add that following your adopting the proclamation last week, we did get inquiries from several folks who have a strong interest in serving.
Good. Any other comments or questions from the board before I open up to the public?
I just want to thank Supervisor Crandall and Supervisor Scott for stepping up to get this thing moving forward, and the other community members. So I think it's a good project. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Jake, let's go ahead and open up the Zoom room and see if we have any comments. And this is on the item of creating the committee.
All right. I've sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and bring it back to the board. I do have, I just received a comment on my phone asking, what about city members? Is this something that we want to look at across all jurisdictions where this would impact all of Lake County, or are we looking specifically to tailor some action meant for the county of Lake itself as an agency and what jurisdiction we hold? Do we want to look at offering 2 seats for the cities, or just make it public and have those city members be able to apply as a member of the public? Just asking the 2 supervisors.
I would love to see the cities involved in this and not take up the 4 seats of the community members. I think this needs to be a broad, open committee that covers all of Lake County, not just the unincorporated areas.
So are you suggesting expanding it to 9 and then having 4 public, 2 county, 2 cities, 1 law enforcement?
Yes.
What does the rest of the board think of that?
I think that's good, including all governments that are located in Lake County. And obviously I'll speak too on behalf of, there are 7 tribal nations that are in the county also. So whether or not there's a complete seating of, all 7, but a representation of the Native American government and the folks in the county, if we're going to be opening that up, I just throw that hat in the ring also for our tribal nations here locally also. But I am in support of the cities, obviously. Absolutely.
I appreciate that comment, Supervisor Simon. As oftentimes we say local government and we limit it to just the cities and the county, when obviously we know very well here, some of us intimately, that there are other local governments in the county, not just those 3 jurisdictions. And so seeing how this is all about tolerance and equity and inclusion, that maybe this is a point we can make the change. My only hesitance is that could be adding up to a maximum of 7 more seats if each one is allowed a seat. Do we want to look at how would you see that working correctly?
Obviously that is the question. For each tribal nation, we have our own governments, our own operations as it goes. I know that I'll really go this to the Blue Ribbon Committee was able to incorporate EJ. If you could, talk a little bit more about that. I think we kind of have a structure. Obviously, I think it's the EPA directors. I think that are working on the Blue Ribbon Committee, but I'm not sure. At least having 1 or 2 seats is an opportunity, I think, to start that inclusion. Maybe not all governments want to do that, but just a general discussion. So I would see it from a point, I think, from our tribal communities. I think representation, a seat at the table is always the conversation. And so at least 1 or 2 seats might be an opportunity to start there. Don't have the answers, haven't talked with all the other leaders in the county, but as a suggestion, that's the way I would go, because you don't want to get the thing overburdensome with agencies.
I agree. Thank you very much. Supervisor Crandall?
Yeah, I think the idea too can be, once we establish the 2 cities along with the other 4 members and law enforcement, in the initial meeting, we invite all 7 tribes and kind of let them decide how they want to choose representation, whether it be North Lake, South Lake, however they decide, or something like that. It might be a possibility. I'm just throwing out ideas off the top of my head. I know a lot of times tribal governments are going to want their seat regardless. And Supervisor Simon is right. The EPA directors are the representatives for the Blue Ribbon Committee. So in this, I would think it would either probably be the chair, vice chair, or even the administrator at times, as they represent the tribal government. So I'm not sure. I think that might be a way we initialize this, is invite all 7 the first time, allow them to specify how they want to represent. They may even, we have to also be ready that they may all want representation on their own. So just giving you some insight on my experience with tribes. Yeah.
Supervisor Scott?
I am open to whatever we feel is best as a community. If we want to open it up to all 7, I'm willing to go that route and see how it shakes out. I think we get too many members, it may get hard to come to a conclusion, but I definitely don't want to limit seats at the table.
Okay. I have an idea. I think that we limit ourselves to our thinking because we have 2 cities and it's easy to meet with what our definition of local governance is, which is the county and 2 cities. But we should be looking at other counties that have a large amount of other cities. Thank you. That have a large number of cities, and how do they create a county-wide multi-jurisdictional committee without the problem of having too many people at the table, where then it's difficult to get anything done. So I think that we could look at some advice from those counties and see how that could work. What if we looked at expanding it to a maximum of 11 folks, providing 2 seats for the county, 2 seats for the cities, 2 seats for tribal, 1 for law enforcement, and 4 for public members, and then you figure out through your processes how and who fills those 2 seats. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm looking to Supervisor Crandall.
Well, I think it might be, I mean, that might work. Kind of, I'll just give you an example. The TID is another entity that has 2 tribes. So it has Robinson and Middletown representing the other tribes as well. Of course, this is something that they all had to buy into. But I know as well as Moke does, we don't want to speak for other governments, of course. But I guess that would probably be ideal to see who would want to. And let's see if there might be another government that says, I want to be a part of it. So that's the other thing. So.
Or would you be able to have this conversation and figure out what that might look like? And when we come back with the applications for the public at large, we can come back for a decision of how the implementation of tribal government would be in this conversation.
Right. I think that would probably be the best ideal way to do this, is to meet with the different governments and figure out how they want to approach it.
Okay. So do we want to approve today with the 9, with the anticipation to come back with a plan on how to implement tribal government into this committee? And that would work out?
Right. Yes.
Okay.
I think so.
And Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah, I think given the nature of this committee, I think it's the tribal nations who should figure out how they want to be represented, and not us telling them. And if the committee gets too large, would it be possible to reduce the number of the public seats from 4 to 3 or 2? Or how would that work? Or less than that? I don't know. But that's a possibility of making the committee a little more workable, and then having a working group or a non-voting membership of the board that makes up the public seats. I'm not sure how that would work, but that's just another option.
Thank you for that. Ms. Hutchinson, I see that you turned on your video. Do you have a comment on this item?
I do, but before I give it, I wanted to call to your attention that there's a hand up in the room, so you might want to take that first.
Okay. When I open up public comment, we'll go ahead and take that, but go ahead with your comment.
I'm sorry, I thought you already had opened up.
One of the things that I'll do too is I'll promote, I'm meeting, like I said, I think in my calendar, I'm meeting with the Robinson leadership, and I'll ask them if they feel comfortable, since I'm already on the committee, like represent a lot of the POMO people on the North Shore, if they're comfortable, with me in essence being, their representative. And, I know I represent the county. It's kind of one of those things, but I'm a native from the North Shore. But I don't know what that looks like. I'm just asking, that way we can consider the positions and whatnot. I'm putting that out there.
So, Mr. Chair, in my view, 11 is a workable number. You could approve that today, as you suggested, with 2 tribal seats, 2 city seats, and then the original composition that was proposed, and see if that works, and come back and change it later, as opposed to not adding any potential tribal seats today, you'll be further along, I think, if you go with that. And if it's not acceptable, you could make a change. And the intention with these meetings is that they will be open to the public. So anyone that wants to have a voice there can have it. I envision that I would be supporting the board members in these meetings, and I imagine a lot of other people plan to participate. So it is a very open meeting.
I feel I appreciate what Supervisor Pyska said, in the sense that we're telling a government group what their representation should look like, when right now 100% of the county, actually almost 200% of the county, is being represented by two folks. 100% of our cities are being represented, and then it's like 30 to 20% of tribal nations would be represented. And I don't know that that's the appropriate way to move forward, but because we've changed what the scenario might look like of the committee, I will might look like of the committee, I will reopen public comment. And I see that Joanne Staccato has her hand raised. And if we can unmute her, please, Jake.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks, you guys. And thanks for this conversation today. A couple questions. One, when you include the two cities, do you want to include law enforcement representatives from each of those cities? Which I know would create two more positions on it. So there's that question. And then we also have other populations that don't feel like they're represented, maybe like the Latinx and the Black communities, to ensure that, if we're being inclusive, to make sure that those voices are at the table. So just throwing those out there.
Thank you for your
consideration.
And again, we opened up public comment. Is there any other further public comment? Jake, if we can make sure to open up the Zoom room.
All right, I sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring it back to the board. I would hope that our public representation is going to be a cross-section of our communities and not just representative of one or two specific groups. So I would suspect that's the reason for the 4 public members to do our best to go through the applications and figure out what a good representation would look like on that committee group. Supervisor Pyska.
Yeah, that's what I was going to mention. The community member seats should reflect other populations in our community. But does it make sense to have a facilitator of this board who's not a member to kind of direct the conversation? Is this going to be a staff member, or is this going to be a volunteer position? Because this is starting to be a large committee, and it feels like there should be someone keeping everybody on track, keeping charge of the agendas and minutes, and facilitating the meetings.
I was going to leave that up to Supervisor Crandall and Supervisor Scott to figure out how they were going to navigate through that process. I appreciate them saying yes to wanting to being on the committee just for that reason. So at this point, what does this board feel most comfortable with moving forward? I'd like to move forward with something at least to get the process started rather than not, but please provide some input or provide an action.
Well, I personally would hate to move forward and not have at least 2 seats for our Native community. I just think that would look bad. It might come off that we didn't put any seats for them, knowing that we are looking at how we are going to incorporate them into this committee. So I would like to at least have the 2 seats available. I know it was asked about law enforcement in the city. I didn't envision that. I would think that whoever they sent from the city would represent that and go back to their respective boards, which I know the police chiefs do go to the city council meetings. But again, everybody will be welcome to come to this meeting. It's going to be interesting to see how many people we have actually show up and are excited about this. And I do believe we will have a large group. So I would like to move forward with the 11 seats. In the meantime, I will work with Supervisor Crandall and see if we can't reach out to all our tribal nations and see how they would like to be represented on this board. Again, as Supervisor Pyska put up, not telling them how they need to be or act, but asking them how they would like to be a part of this.
Was that a motion?
Sure.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Johanna, if we can please get a roll call.
Mr. Chair, could you state the motion for Johanna, please?
So what was offered was 11-member committee with Supervisor Crandall and Supervisor Scott representing the county, an open slot for law enforcement from the county, mainly for the fact that that is an elected position and not covered by the board as it is by the cities. And then 2 positions for one per city, and then 2 positions for tribal nations with 4 that are public. So that makes a total of 11, and we will open up applications for the committee and then come back once those applications have been received so we can go ahead and appoint those individuals to the committee and then receive more information from the upcoming conversations with tribal nations if we need to do any kind of changing or tweaking for proper representation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Johanna, I'm taking notes too, so are we good?
If Supervisor Scott says yes, then we're good.
We're good. That sounds good to me.
Okay.
But does Johanna have all that?
Okay, thank you so much for that. Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Johanna, and thank you for this conversation as well. Looking forward to what that looks like. And it is 10:45. Let's go ahead and let's move on to our 10 a.m. item.
Can we take a break? I think the next item is going to be long.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. Is that good enough for everybody? Okay, we'll come back at 10:50 a.m.
Chair Sabatier, we are ready on this end whenever you are.
Thank you very much, Sam. And I'll wait a little bit more so that Supervisor Simon and Crandall could come back. Maybe it was more like 4 minutes and a few seconds. It hadn't quite ticked over. Okay, let's go ahead and restart at 10:52 a.m. This is our 10 a.m. item. Consideration of early activation changes. A, amendment to cannabis cultivation ordinance. B, resolution for those, I apologize for that. Resolution for those who were early activated in 2020. And C, efficiency processes direction to staff. It has been brought to my attention that there needs to be some further review of this coming from our county council. I did work with county council and with the administration of the Department of Community Development. However, I will admit that I was very pushy in getting this onto the board due to the timeline that we have between when people need to start planting and things of the like. I'm going to offer an idea of what we can do today. Ms. Grant, I'd love to hear from you in order to ensure that we are doing this the appropriate way. I think this is an important conversation. I'm sure many of you have had a lot of phone calls on how it is that we are going to move forward in this season. I think that what is in front of us is a doable and proper approach. But what I would like to do is not just table this and work with county council on the side to ensure that we cover everything, but I'd love to discuss it at the very least, get public input, then go back and discuss it some more internally and bring it back as soon as possible to either the next agenda or 2 weeks from now maximum. And so if everybody is in agreement with that, I'd love to again hear from Ms. Grant to see what she has to say.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I think that that would be a good idea. I think you'll find that public comment will be quite valuable. I will tell you that, you know, for some of the reasons that we've discussed and also just with the content of the existing ordinance, I would recommend that there be a 2-week time frame between what you hear today and the next ordinance, just to avoid anything moving too quickly. And to be able to consider all of the commentary that you'll receive today.
Right. Okay. And I do understand the, again, the timelines of those dealing with or involved in the cultivation of cannabis business. I want to be mindful of that timeline. And also throughout this whole process, I also want to be mindful of our staff and their capacity and their timelines as well. But I do want to make sure that we do this correctly and appropriately and not something that's going to have consequences that were not thought of. And so I will go ahead and continue with my presentation and just remember that we're only doing a discussion on this today and not taking action to make any changes at this moment in time. And so, Jake, if you could please share your screen with the presentation that I sent over to you. I just wanted to quickly go over some of the changes. This is all related to our Chapter 21 Cannabis Cultivation Ordinance of our code. This is specifically about early activation, which is Section 27.4, which states that our Planning Division may allow early activation of use permits under specific certain conditions, such as no construction, no grading or removal of trees. Adequate measures are being taken on dust control, erosion, traffic control, parking, drainage, and waste disposal. Those early activation use permits only last 6 months. After that, they expire. The idea is that ultimately the goal is to get a use permit and not continue having an early activation. And also that early activations can be denied if Planning Division deems project as having adverse environmental impacts. So this is not an automatic, here's an early activation because you submitted some paperwork. There needs to be some review of the project prior to making that kind of determination in order to obtain a early activation use permit. And if we can go to the next page, please. So that's as it is currently and how early activation works. On our ordinance, originally on section 27.13 of the Cannabis Cultivation Ordinance, it states that early activation is allowed under these conditions. You must submit a complete application, you must have evidence of water board, and you must pass your background checks and other general requirements, as well as the requirements that I just read earlier of what early activation allows you is allowed to do. And so if we can go to the next page. So here are some of the changes for clarification and guidance. Part of our reason that this is an issue for us, that we need to make sure to provide the proper guidance and clarification, both for staff and for our applicants, is that our timeline for getting use permits, as we all know, is long. There's a lot of things at play right now to try and reduce those timelines, but this is why early activations has played such a large role in cannabis cultivation, because those timelines are long. Some people have received early activations 2 years and still do not have a use permit, but we have to make sure that everybody's aware of what the process is, the appropriate process. And so some of the changes that I would like to add into the section of cannabis cultivation under early activation is that an initial study must be submitted, deemed complete by the department, and completed the state clearinghouse public review process prior to requesting an early activation permit. I'm going to read you what was submitted to the public as of the agenda being processed. I have had a lot of further conversation and feedback throughout the weekend and yesterday, and we'll provide some of that feedback as well as to potential changes that could occur to what was originally written, but I'm reading what was originally written. Also, in addition to that, a notification of project to all neighboring parcels within 700 feet of project. This is an early activation of a use permit. A major use permit typically is what these are. A use permit through the CEQA process requires notification to the public that these things are occurring. There are potential nuisances that can occur from the cultivation of cannabis. And so we want to make sure that we are that everybody's aware that this is what needs to happen in order to go through and get an early activation permit. Subsection says if that there's no approval of the early activation if formal complaints are received. This is somewhat similar to a minor use permit. There is a rule that we can go ahead and do a ministerial sign off of a minor use permit if during the notification process no complaints are received. If complaints are received, we can go ahead and push those to the Planning Commission for the actual public hearing. Most of the time it appears that we are bringing our minor use permits to the Planning Commission, but that is a potential avenue that we could take with minor use permit. This is kind of saying the same thing. Also, an agency review request time period. If agency comment requires mitigations not allowable, for instance, grading or changing, moving enough dirt or cutting down trees, not allowable under an early activation permit, then no approval of early activation, or else now you fit within the criteria of early activation. I know that it is important to me, I don't know, I can't speak for the rest of the board, that our agencies, such as our fire districts, are very aware of what is happening, what projects are being developed. So I wanted to make sure that this was written down and so people were aware that this is a part of the early activation process. If we can go ahead and go to the next page, please. Also seeking to add these changes for clarification and guidance, the applicant may not change early activation once permit has been approved. Now this would be a new rule. Basically, in talking with both Director De Leon and Deputy Director Thomas, this is an ongoing issue where people submit an early activation, then they come back and they say, actually, I want to double the size. Actually, I want to reduce the size. That takes a lot of time away from staff to be able to focus on use permits. And I want to get away from that. Early activation permits are very discretionary. And so I think that rather than putting so much focus on early activation, let's get to the use permit. Provide us an early activation permit if you have the capability to do so, but don't change it. What it is that you ask us for is what it is that you get to do. And then if, and this is a big if, because I hope that we can find a way to make sure that people are only early activated once and then get a use permit. We're working on those changes, and that'll be a part of the later conversation as well. But if by chance we continue being delayed in getting you a use permit and you are looking to get additional early activation, again, no changes allowed. It must be in good standing, and applicant has made efforts to provide complete documents to help obtain use permit. Basically, we haven't asked you to do some changes to your site plan, some changes to your initial study, whatever changes we require of you. If you have not came back to us in a timely fashion to provide those changes, we don't want you to continue having early activations. We need to move towards the use permit. And on both sides, we need to do a better job of keeping that timeline. And again, I hope that some of the things that we're doing right now and the things we'll discuss later will help our staff with that. And then early activation may not be requested, should say requested, after April 20th of each year. Now, of course, I chose a random date, and I know I chuckled when I chose the date, but at the same time, part of the reason for that is some people were asking for early activations in June or July, and the state doesn't automatically give you a use permit. And so we don't want to allow people to ask us so late in the season that we say yes to cultivation and the state doesn't have the capability to provide them with the state license. Part of the reason for the issue is if you don't have a state license, you can't be in the metric system. If you're not in the metric system, which is basically a process of keeping track of plants from seed to sale, then you cannot legitimately sell your product through a dispensary or through legal means. And so it is absolutely important that somebody receives both the early activation and the state, not just the early activation and not be able to obtain the state licensing in time. And so that is why I'm offering an earlier time of the year. Now, I did have a conversation with Deputy Director Thomas about the fact that if the planning division is done with the application, knows what potential impacts to the environments are, let's say it's categorically exempt or no mitigations are required, but we can't get somebody to the planning commission because of how busy we are with applications, that they can offer an early activation post April 20th, but the applicant may not request after April 20th. If we can go to the next. Okay, let's go to the next page. I'll get back to this one, and I'm sorry, I apologize for that. So I want to make sure and talk about both the resolution and the amendment, and they're very similar, and I'm going to explain why they're both being offered. The amendment is for anybody that's going through the process currently and has not been offered the opportunity to grow at this moment in time. No early activation and obviously no use permit, or else they wouldn't be here for that. But for those who received an early activation last year, in my opinion, you're in a limbo situation where you've invested so much of your capital to be able to actually move forward with the entire process, paying for soil, paying for workers, and so on. To ask a business to start, stop, and then continue, I don't think is the right pathway to go. We need to offer a little bit of a middle ground to be able to get these folks moving forward. And so here is a resolution for those specific individuals who were early activated last year. And here are some of the criterias. If you have not received a use permit for your 2021 season, early activation for 2021 may be requested if you've paid all your taxes, applicable taxes, no violation of state or local laws. It says on there, obtain state licenses. I'll get back to that. No formal complaints that were substantiated from neighboring parcels within 700 feet. We can go ahead and move to the next slide, please. Then the early activation may be issued if an initial study has been submitted and received, Early activation permit covers same footprint / acreage as previous permit. An early activation permit will require use of smart pots or something similar to cultivate in 2021. The reason I put that in there is, again, we want to make sure that we quickly help folks get to the point of being able to grow if they already did last year. If they have a use permit coming up, great. If they don't, let's get them that early activation. And the safest, least impactful way to do it is by allowing them to use smart pots or something similar so that there's minimal ground disturbance occurring on their farm. Then once approved, no changes are allowed in the EA permit, just as discussed earlier in the amendment. Let's stop wasting staff time by making changes. Let's go ahead and move forward. If we can go to the next slide. Okay, and so that right at this point, those are the amendments being offered and the ordinance and the resolution being offered for people who grew under an EA last year. If we can go back 3 slides, I want to offer some suggestions that I've received as far as what we can change. So potential additional changes to original offering based on feedback. This is for the ordinance amendment. There's no need to wait until the clearinghouse is done with review to provide an early activation. The clearinghouse is basically the last step before a use permit. And we should be able to see what the conclusion of their initial study is, whether it's going to be categorically exempt or whether there's going to be a need for mitigation. Our staff should be able to wade through the document and figure out whether an early activation can be allowed based on the criteria of early activation or not. So that is one potential change. Formal complaints halting early activation should be solely from neighboring parcels or agency review comments. Rather than allowing any public comment to stop early activation, let's go ahead and make it part of the neighboring area only for the early activation part. Add additional text regarding early activation activated when early activation is activated and completed once state licensing has been obtained. Basically, we should provide you with both at the same time. We've had some issues with that where some people failed to move forward with their state. We had to go and abate because of the fact that they were growing illegally without a state license. Let's not waste our time. Let's only provide you the early activation when the state has approved it. We go through what's called a local authorization process with CDFA. They contact us. Is this applicant ready to go on your end? If we say yes, they process their state license. Once they have their state license, we give them the early activation. That way we know that they're good on our end and they're good on the state's end. And while that was a policy that was discussed and implemented at the end of last year in 2020 or towards the latter end of last year, it needs to be in writing to ensure that applicants are aware that this is the process we are following rather than seeming like it's just an arbitrary process. And I think it's a good process. It's a good, safe process to have. So those are the potential changes on the amendment. If we can go to the last page, please. Second to last page. There you go. And this is for the resolution. Potential additional changes to original offering based on feedback. Has obtained state licenses when appropriate. Some people who were good collaborators and good partners with the county did receive an early activation, but did not obtain the state license at time. So to say that they had to have a state license in order to renew their EA this year seems inappropriate, and we want to make sure that it says has obtained the state licenses when appropriate. So just want to make sure that that's there and it doesn't block off folks who did the right thing and did not continue to cultivate without a state license. So I wanted to talk about both because it's hard not to talk about one without the other. And at this moment, I will prohibit from moving on to item C, as I think that that is more of a separate conversation, but wanted to open up to the board for any comments. In fact, before I open up to the board, I know that we do have Director De Leon and Deputy Director Thomas with us. If they have any comments prior to opening it up for the board for comments, questions, and suggestions. And if we can go ahead and close the presentation, that would be great, Jake. Thank you so much. Good morning.
There we go. I got unmuted. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman Sabatier. I don't personally have very many comments after your presentation. Takara Thomas has done the heavy lifting on this for CDD, and I'm kind of taking notes and we'll be working with her, but I'm going to actually kind of defer to Takara again because she's done the lion's share of the work on this project.
Thank you, Director Leon. Thank you, Chair Sabatier, for putting together the presentation. The only thing I would add to it is that the early activation permit is a use permit in and of itself. This is why we have to be mindful of the CEQA guidelines. And that is the only point of clarification that we'll make at this time.
All right. And I do appreciate Deputy Director Thomas's time. I know that her and I have had many phone calls and conversations about this. Appreciate her hard work and her staff having to go through the processes of getting people use permits. There is nobody that is in that department that is not overwhelmed with the number of applications that we have. I would like to see it as a burden of success rather than anything else, and we just need to figure out how to provide the right resources to help them out with their timelines and their capacity. So appreciate your time and your expertise on this. Let's go ahead and open it up to the board for any comments, questions, or suggestions. Supervisor Pyska.
Thanks, Bruno, for putting this together. I know it's been a lot of work. It's important, though, to get these permits getting through, taking care of the investors that have put so much capital into these projects. I think it's important that we really stick to requiring no amendments and changes to the permits. I think that seems to be causing a whole lot of delays. So if we can get that part hammered out, I think we'll be a lot more efficient. I agree that we really need to make sure that we have that state license in place before people are allowed to grow. So getting that dialed in a little tighter would be great. So one of the questions that I have is about smart plots. And I believe that we had people in EA last year growing in native soil. And are they going to be forced to go into smart plots this year if they're in EA again? And also, if we have people that are submitting a permit on ag land where it's already been farmed for years, are we going to require them to be in smart plots and bring in soil? Just a little clarity on what you're thinking with that. And the 700 feet, is that from the parcel boundary or is that from the project boundary? I know we have some people growing on giant parcels where their grow will be in the middle and it won't really affect anybody for maybe a half a mile or so. So a little more clarity on that. And I have gotten a lot of comments about complaints, how the complaints will be handled. Will that completely stall the project in EA, or will there be a process to look at the complaints so they don't lose a whole season? Just wanted some clarity on that. I think those are all my questions. Thanks.
And I think Deputy Director Thomas would have the best ability to respond to those questions, but I believe that the code for the 700 feet comes directly from the notification code in our zoning ordinance. It took me a little while to find that. And I believe it's from the property for the fact that some people are going to be driving in and driving out. So it's not just a certain portion of the property that's going to be impacted. There's some other things to think about when we're thinking about the environment, such as traffic and dust control and things like that. So again, I'll let Deputy Director Thomas respond to that.
Thank you, Chair. Before I respond, I want to just kind of back us up a little bit. So EA permits are permits in and of themselves, and under CEQA they are projects and they're discretionary, so they have to undergo the CEQA review process. These amendments are an opportunity for us to formalize this language to make it more consistent with that. And so with and I'll just take them one by one. So with the 700 feet notification, we're trying to still make sure we're responsive of CEQA because in and of itself, it's a public participation process. And we want to make sure we give everybody as much of an opportunity to formally comment and be a part of that process. As far as the complaints handled, I think that is something that we'll probably have to try to manage through. I don't think we have like outside of our existing complaint process, which, as you all know, code enforcement is kind of overwhelmed right now. But I think it would just have to be something that we'll try to manage through. I don't think we have like a specific process for this specific EA amendment today. I apologize, I don't have a more firmer response for that. And as far as the smart pots, that was an opportunity that we were trying to include to help facilitate EA permits for this season. Again, I kind of sound like a broken record, but we still have to go through the CEQA process, and this was an opportunity for us to try to help figure out ways that we can get through, not get through it, but to make it a little bit more streamlined.
Right. And I know from our conversations, it was a way to ensure the minimum impact to the environment while we were still waiting through their documents and going through the process for their early activation or their use permit as well. Anything further, Supervisor Pyska?
So if they grew last year under EA in the soil, would they be allowed to grow this year in the soil?
It would depend if they've had an environmental review completed, because once you start making any changes to the environment, that could be considered an impact. So the idea is we want to try to complete the environmental review before they start growing to be consistent with the CEQA process.
Any other comments from supervisors or questions? Okay, hearing none, I see that we have a large participation from the public. I have a feeling it's for this item. Let's go ahead and Jake, open up the Zoom room.
All right. I've sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Brenna Sullivan, Lake County Farm Bureau.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I'm looking real quick. I'm looking for some clarification from perhaps Ms. Thomas or Director De Leon. Are the early activation permits in ag areas currently requiring greenhouse cultivation, or are they still allowing outdoor cultivation? This has been a problematic loophole in the early activation process.
Oh, somehow we can't hear you.
Chair, would you like for me to respond to the comments as we go along or after all of them have been completed?
I think let's answer them as they come. That way it's easier to clarify what the response is to.
As Ms. Sullivan has commented that it has been a loophole, under the early activation permit, there's no construction or grading allowed. And as she pointed out, under the farmland of local importance, you're not allowed to, under certain circumstances, cultivate outdoors. So they are being encouraged to cultivate indoors. I think that would have to be one of those instances on a case-by-case basis that we'll have to review, because underneath the way early activation permits are outlined, you cannot do any construction, grading, or removal or any mature trees. And if you're going to construct a greenhouse, I would presume that you would have to do one of those activities. So we have not been allowing people to construct outdoors via EA if they're on one of those farmland of local importance designations. Admittedly, there have been some that have slipped through the cracks, but we have been looking at them a little bit more carefully. And
farmlands of local importance? Are we farmlands of local importance?
Not yet, not yet.
So I think that's one of those ones where underneath the outlines of the EA permit, you're not allowed to construct outdoors if you're doing, I'm sorry, you're not allowed to construct the greenhouse because it's construction.
Right. And I would suggest that the farmland protection zone that we created back on December 15th stalls the ability for that loophole to continue, because now it is designated specific areas as to where you absolutely cannot do outdoor cultivation, where before there needed to be some sort of investigation of whether it was isolated or whether it was part of a larger network. And I think that we've helped to narrow that down with those farmland protection zones. Okay. Jake, let's go ahead and go with Autumn Carsey, as I see a hand up.
Hello, my name is Autumn Carsey, and I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Cultivo Inc., as well as Artemis Farms, Wildcat Farms, Highland Farms, and Alchemy 29. Combined, we have applied for 22 acres of cultivation and a 67,000 square foot processing facility within Lake County. We are a team of diverse professionals comprised of multi-generational cultivators, analytical chemists, agronomists, PhDs, spanning many decades of experience in cultivation, science, chemistry, manufacturing, and distribution. My company, Cultivo Inc., is a design and consulting firm that I built myself from the ground up and has been responsible for building multiple large-scale outdoor farms, greenhouses, manufacturing, and processing facilities. We've built facilities in over 15 states and 3 countries. We have functioned with some of the most rigorous frameworks set forth by local and state government, as well as federal governments, from ISO standards to sustainable farming practices. We've implemented it all. Before choosing a location to build our farm, we researched all of California and settled on Lake County. Aside from the climate and a wonderful place to call home, I would say that hands down our decision to come to this county above all was ultimately based on one differentiating factor: early activation. We did our homework and we were assured by consultants, building and safety, and others that we would be able to cultivate for the outdoor season of 2021. We have deployed in excess of $12 million in real estate assets. We have onboarded staff, relocated vital members of our team and their families. We have purchased over $1 million in soil to comply with the current grading guidelines for early activation, allowing for above ground planting only. And we have begun to structure community outreach programs to give back to the community that supports our businesses. Our farms at capacity combined, our processing facilities have the ability to create over 75 new jobs within the county, many of which are full-time. We are prepared to pay nearly $1 million in taxes on year one. We are fully funded, organized, and backed by some of the top industry leaders. I'm here today to offer my assistance, the assistance of my team, in any way possible to help move things forward for the greater good of this program. We must protect early activation, not only for pre-existing applicants, but any business that is organized, willing to play by the rules, and has spent an excessive amount of capital under the very pretense that was outlined, passed, and supported by the County of Lake previously. By significantly delaying the EA process and requiring CEQA full study, including completion of the filing period with the state clearinghouse, the majority of EA applications in this process at this point would be eliminated, removing the ability for significant tax revenue for the county to be realized in 2021. This is also unfair discrimination specifically against one industry unless there are restrictions applied to all types of other use permit applications. Creating an imaginary line in the sand after such capital has been deployed doesn't just cripple businesses, it's bad business. I know if we all work together, we can do better to implement the program that was originally intended. None of the issues we face here today are insurmountable, and I want to see Lake County become a thriving example for the rest of California. And rest assured, myself and everyone on our team is here to give 110% to make sure we do our part. And I thank you in advance for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to the next public comment. Jake, I see Sean Connell has had his hand up.
Good morning, board. My name is Sean Connell. I want to first start by saying thank you. Thank you for your hard work, your dedication, and the events that have brought us here. I do want to address a few things that were proposed, and I'm glad to hear that this will be going back for reconsideration and be presented again in the next couple of weeks. I think one of the things everybody here should be aware of is how many of these current permit applicants will be affected by these new provisions. You know, early activation is kind of the leading way for most other counties. You know, they've really provided a pathway for existing cultivators to stay current so that they can continue to gain the financial needs they need in order to be compliant with these regulations. You know, I've heard a lot of cultivators are changing their projects, and that's causing unaccounted for staff time. Yet at the same time, this board is now on month number 3 of the new year, and this is yet again another change to cannabis processing. So while as an applicant, my changes slow down staff time, this board and governments and states changes consistently to this program also slows down staff time. It also slows down applicant time in order to be compliant with new regulations that are changing at a almost daily rate. Additionally, I'd like to talk about the April 20th date. As it is standard throughout most of Lake County cultivators, they plant as late as June. Lake County has the benefit of having an extended sun period, clean air, clean water, and that allows them to have an extended cultivation period. Some clients that I represent have harvested all the way out until November, some even into December. So I think that the arbitrary date of April 20th might be looked at to be moved to be more accordance with the standard planting guidelines here in the county, and I believe that would be June 15th. Other than that, I think that's all I really have. I wrote a very lengthy response and deposited that in the e-comment period as well. I want to say thank you for your time. I look forward to continually hearing from this board. I think that we all understand that this is a vital industry that provides a very large tax base to not just this county, but much of the rural counties in California, where we've heard all morning of our obstacles as a smaller county dealing when our jurisdictions overload our population. I feel like this is a way for this county to not only have a stable, sustainable tax base, but to also continue to encourage a compliant, legal cannabis cultivation in Lake County. Thank you for your time, and I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you. Jake, let's move on. I see James Comstock was the next hand that I saw.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is James Comstock. I'll be speaking for our family today. My father, Jim Comstock, is on the line, but with our limited internet connectivity at the family ranch, I'll be sharing most of our thoughts. Our family are longtime residents of Lake County. We have a family ranch in rural southern Lake County where we've been involved in agriculture since around 1928. We really love our community. We love our rural lifestyle. We have currently a proposed cannabis project on our ranch with tenant partners, and our proposed project was carefully considered by our family. We carefully selected our partners with environmental and community impact in mind. Our hope is that we can be part of an agricultural-based activity that preserves our community character while bringing a positive economic impact in terms of jobs and opportunities for local businesses. So in that vein, the plan for our project includes careful work ahead of time with cultural and environmental stakeholders to help this project be an asset to our community. We are in support of the board's efforts to carefully manage early activation in the county, and we just have some comments on 2 portions of what is being proposed today. In section C, subsection EI, talking about early activation permits shall not be approved if formal complaints are received about the project. I'm going to echo the questions that Supervisor Pieska had shared. We're concerned about misuse of this section, particularly on a large piece of property. Competitors or people with illegal cultivation could ostensibly stall a legal project by submitting formal complaints without review for reasonableness. Those people who are submitting those complaints could be so far away from the actual impacted area that any impact would be moot, but there doesn't appear to be a process to deal with that. So in the event that that is included and that remains, we'd ask the board to consider altering that to take that into consideration to mitigate problems of misuse or unreasonable complaints to stall projects. Also in the proposed resolution, section 1, subsection FI, the new early activation will only be approved if the applicant uses smart pots or something similar. We understand the intent of that, and certainly early activation is somewhat of a privilege, and it is, by its very name, early, it is fast. Environmental impact on the soils is something that is important and needs to be considered. At the same time, historically farmed lands have a different situation, and we would greatly prefer to not bring in outside soil or along with other outside materials being the pots themselves to grow in a place where the ground has been disturbed for years for agricultural activity. So while I understand the purpose and appreciate the intent of that, I'd ask the board to consider. I'm sorry?
No, sorry. My mistake. We unmuted somebody accidentally. Keep going.
Okay,
please.
I'm almost done. We'd ask the board to consider putting some clause for evaluation in there for exceptions for ground that has been historically used as agriculture where the disturbance in the soil would not be particularly new. There is a part of the draw to the plan that we have is a look and feel that is more like traditional agriculture, which is very different from the smart pots. We would prefer to do that from the beginning rather than starting with something else and then pivoting back to in-ground cultivation later on. So thank you for your time and thank you for your efforts.
Thank you very much. And if your father is Jim Comstock I'm thinking of, please make sure and say hi to him. He used to be a supervisor on this board, so he knows what we're dealing with.
He is. He's on the line. And again, we hope for faster internet out at the ranch someday soon.
All right. And I apologize. I muted CAO Hutchinson, who was letting me know that the 3 minutes were up. I did not hear that, and I will try to keep track of that time as well. Jake, let's go ahead and open up Damian Ramirez. He's had his hand up for a while too.
Hello, Damian Ramirez here. I currently hold a use permit with the county and a couple early activations for last year. First off, thank you very much, Chairman Sabatier and Deputy Director Thomas. Appreciate all your work on this and everyone else who's involved. I wrote some written comments, but it didn't cover everything, so I wanted to just chime in on a couple other items, one of which Mr. Comstock and Supervisor Pyska both mentioned. I believe it's imperative to add in substantiated into the amendment as it is already written in the resolution in regards to these complaints. It's also important to clarify what substantiated means, on record. We don't want to run into the issue of differing interpretations from the different stakeholders, whether it's CDD, code enforcement, obviously the applicant or neighbors. I think having something clear that everyone knows is important. We ran into interpretation issues a lot over the last couple of years in regards to the cannabis cultivation. I think everyone would appreciate defined term to allow most consistent application of this rule. Just wanted to touch briefly on my desire to begin some sort of a process for CDFA. Chairman Sabatier alluded to it earlier. Being able to concurrently run these permits and the state licensing is really important. I know the counties ran into some issues last year with people not obtaining all their proper entitlements. Could be many reasons for that. This is one of them potentially. The existing structure, how it is, you've got county authorizations. They inhibit the CDFA licensing from further processing since it stops at the beginning stage when local jurisdiction is required to move on to for the CDFA to look over all the other requirements. If a cultivator has all required items and is simply waiting for the local approval, there should be they should be provided some sort of document from the county, which they can turn into the CDFA to allow for all their other requirements to be reviewed while the county permit, the EA or the UP finishes its processing. I think that will help the industry a lot. I think it will prevent issues as we ran into last year. There is some sort of solutions that have been talked about from Chairman Sabatier to address this, but I think it's really important. And then lastly, let me just end with, there's the bill SB 59. I think it's really important for the board to write a letter on behalf of the county. Seems like the bill should pass, but it's still important, the local support from our BOS. to to do our part in protecting the local industry. We've all worked so hard to get this going. So.
And Damien, you've reached your 3 minutes, so we'll go ahead and stop you. Thank you very much for your comments, and I will allude a little bit further to SB 59 later in this presentation. Let's go ahead and go with, I think Crystal Kesey was next. Jake, please.
Good morning, supervisors. I want to first thank you for the opportunity to speak on this, and I agree with Supervisor Sabatier. This is like a good problem that we have, that the Community Development Department is inundated with applications for legal licensed cannabis. That means that what we voted for in 2016 is actually working. So we should all be very proud of the fact that Lake County's facilitating the transition from the black market to the white market in cannabis. My issue is that these permit applications, it's all about timing. I'm going to use my project as an example. I submitted our use permit for 2 acres of cultivation in March 2019. It was deemed complete in October of 2019. I received my first early activation in November of 2019, and then again in April of 2020 for the 2020 growing season. Then my CEQA was completed in early 2020, and then in December, but I wasn't given a use permit hearing until January of 2021. And in December, the new farmland protection ordinance was passed. And then the week later, a resolution of intention to amend it was passed. And so my project is affected by that. And so on December 15th, there was a resolution of intention, not an ordinance, so it hasn't been, the original December 8th ordinance was not amended yet. And so my Planning Commission hearing in January that I've been waiting 2 years for was tabled with no date certain. And last week, the Planning Commission tabled the discussion about the Farmland Protection Ordinance. So now the very earliest in a perfect timeline that my 2 acre project could be approved is May 13th, 2021, after it was submitted in March of 2019. And so my question is, in order for me to have a season, do I have to apply for an early activation and wait for my use permit approval? And if that's the case, my early activation was 10,000 square feet last year. My use permit is for 2 acres. If it's approved in May, June, or July, am I on the hook for the taxes for the season if I'm early activated for 10,000 square feet, or am I on the hook for the use permit that's approved in May for the $174,000 in taxes that I'm supposed to pay for my fully entitled project? The project passed the CEQA analysis in early 2020. The fact that I've had to wait this long for a completely compliant use permit application project is the most frustrating part to me, because I've done everything that I can.
3 minutes, Mr. Chair.
Let's go ahead and finish it up, Crystal.
Oh, well, I just would like to, I'm in this sort of really gray area between just about to have ostensibly a use permit approval, but in order to have a decent season, I won't have that permission till May at the earliest. So do I have to apply for early activation in addition to the use permit
And I will respond to that by saying that I don't think that at this point in time, as a public meeting with the board, that we make those types of decisions. I think that decision would be with the planning department. The timeline is the reason why we're having this discussion, because we need to slim down those timelines. And I understand that there's still a lot of gray area for a lot of people, including many of those who have their hands raised right now waiting to make some comments. I don't have a specific answer for you. And again, I don't really want to put our staff on the hot seat also by providing an answer to a specific application right now. But I would say reach out to your supervisor and reach out to your planner, and hopefully we can get a better answer for you.
Yes, I guess I would just like to say that it's all about timing, because cannabis is a farming enterprise, and that's
Yes.
really.
And I agree with you on that. Thank you very much for your comments. Let's go to the next person that I saw. I believe it was, I'm going to say this wrong, but Diogenes Creosote.
Hello, my name is Andrew. I'm like.
Andrew, can you provide your full name, please?
Andrew Cohn, C-O-N-E.
Thank you.
I'm trying to start the video here.
There you are.
Hi. I'm likely to apply for a major use permit, hopefully with early activation on at least 2 different projects in Lake County. I wanted to talk about what I perceive as a lack of adequate resources for community development. As far as I can tell, and based on credible things I think I've heard through the grapevine, it appears that CDD does not have enough people. It does not have enough people who have adequate training, and it doesn't have enough people, period, to review these applications in a timely and efficient fashion. I know a lot of other cannabis cultivators in the county have been extremely frustrated with CDD, and I understand that, but I mean, you get what you fund. And it is my understanding that the people who work in planning and other aspects of community development are frankly not paid enough, that perhaps there has not been adequate effort to retain staff. And I say this as somebody who has occasionally been frustrated with planning, but I know, having worked a bit in government before, that it's not necessarily easy to for an agency to meet the demands the public wants to put in it. So I would like to encourage the board to think not just in terms of crafting the ordinance correctly, but I mean, seriously think about what do you need to do to hire more people, to pay them more, to give them whatever resources they need to do this job well, because I feel like no regulatory change will ever make up for a lack of administrative resources. And I echo, for example, Ms. Kesey's frustration about the timeline. That is a legitimate source of anger. But again, it just needs to be, there needs to be the people there and the resources to act. I also agree with Mr. Comstock about the possibility of frivolous complaints. Unfortunately, there is a certain fraction of the population that is heavily biased against cannabis, associates it with criminality for obvious historical reasons. And, look, people are entitled to their opinions, but frivolous complaints are a serious concern, and they undermine the credibility of any real legal community process. There needs to be some bar of how substantive, how legitimate a complaint is for it to have any real administrative impact, or else what you're talking about is mob rule, not rule of law. I also echo the need that one of the other participants, I forget his name, mentioned for some sort of document that we can submit to CDFA to get our state license in play. And lastly, with respect to...
3 minutes. Go ahead and finish it up.
Thank you. With respect to the proposed limitation on the ability to change early activation applications, I totally understand the desire to reduce the burden on planning. That's legitimate. The problem is if you make it so that we have to commit to paying a certain amount of taxes, then what we kind of have to do is shoot low, because we don't want to have to pay a very large amount of taxes on stuff we won't cultivate. And as such, you're creating a sort of incentive to undershoot, which actually results in us doing less investment in our projects and you getting less tax revenue. So I would encourage you to trim back that a little bit. We should at least be able to downsize, we should have the right to downsize cultivation if we need to, so that we don't have to pay taxes on weed we're not growing. That would be better, I think.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Next, I believe, was Charlene Wignall.
Hi, Bruno, and everybody. You did a great job on your cannabis presentation this morning. I wanted to I really like the fact that you're going to require state licensing proof before before you release the EA. But you're making it sound like it's a singular license, and I want to clarify that you guys make sure that you put in the ordinance, it's usually plural, it's 4 licenses per acre, whatever the canopy space is. And then I just wanted to support the Cannabis Alliance sent you guys a letter. You guys all got it, right? Cannabis, a letter that was sent out March 1st.
I know.
And did you guys all get it?
I do not believe that it was attached in the email. Let me see if, but I don't think so. So please send that again.
Okay. And regarding chapter, it talks about other stuff, but I truly support the Alliance. It's a wonderful organization. But regarding chapter 21, section 27-13, C, E, and I, they would like to see the wording on that be stated as applicants received no formal and substantiated complaints from neighboring parcels within 700 feet of the project real property area. But I'll send that to you, the letter. And that's all I needed to say.
Thank you very much.
I'm proud of your amendments. I'm really happy about the amendments that I saw. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and go with Lathan's iPhone, which I believe is Lathan Martinez.
Yeah, guys, sorry if you hear my son in the background. I'm watching him today.
It's how the world works these days.
What'd you say?
It's how the world works these days.
Totally. So yeah, this is Lathan Martinez. I have an early activated property off of Highway 53. And then I have on Augulin Canyon Road submitted early activation. I kind of wanted to go through, and Bruno and I have spoke about a lot of things on the property. So I'll go with Highway 53, 1000 Highway 53 first. We initially applied for a 5-acre early activation. We only built out about 53,000 square feet. So halfway through the year last year, we submitted paperwork to dial back our early activation for the sole purpose of not having to pay taxes on the full early activated amount, since we didn't plant that much canopy. So we got that reduced. We paid less taxes, but it kind of came back to bite me in the, I guess, whatever. It came back to bite me a little bit, because now we want to expand our early activation, and we can't do it even though we have submitted, you know, all the right paperwork and everything. We have all of our state licensing paid for. And a real quick comment about that, the county planning is sending local authorization without early activation now. They did it on my new expanded area, but we can't expand to that area because we can't change our early activation. Furthermore, we submitted our MUP completed application with CEQA documents and everything in August of last year. We didn't get responded to until February of this year. We responded within a day to their comments. And we finally got the initial study and everything completed as they wanted it. So they have circulated my MUP as of, I think, Monday. But it does take a long time. So my biggest, I guess not complaint, but hope is that we are able to extend our early activation for the full growing season if we aren't to our MUP, which we aren't going to be, because my early activation is going to run out the 26th of this month. So I just wanted to be really clear, and I think everyone would kind of have the same sentiment. If we're you know, in good standing, if we have our CEQA all submitted, but all of that's in, I really think there should be a clear pathway for staff to approve these early activations, basically through an administrative permit. It shouldn't take a lot of time, and it should be, I guess, with no changes. In my case, I would like to expand, but I understand that may not be what we can do. I know I have a time limit, so that's real important. The other important aspect of this is we applied in August of last year for our MUP for Augulin Canyon East, which is a 14-acre property, a 14-acre canopy grow, and we don't even have a planning staff person assigned to our application. So I think if people have been talking about this prior to me getting on the Zoom meeting, but I think they need really clear ways or pathways to get through this, so it doesn't take 6 months just to get a planner assigned to our project. I'm not planning on actually building that out, but it would be nice to get to our MUP. Okay, I'll just finish real quick. It'd be nice to get to our MUP, because as we know, people in the industry, the counties have been attacked, I would say, by outside influences which try to change the ordinance. So in my opinion, it would be nice to get through the MUP as quickly as we can, so there's not some change that comes up and then we're not able to grow on that property. But that's it. Sorry for taking too long.
Thank you for your comments. Next, Jane, let's go ahead and open up. Again, I apologize if I butcher your name, but Nara Dalbaka.
You did great. That's exactly how to sign. Hi, Nara Dalbaka. Good morning, Chair Sabatier and members of the board. I really appreciate the robust conversation, the amount of thought that you've all put into this, as well as the way that the county is being open to cannabis as a new crop. I do compliance and metric for cannabis farms, and one of the things we've run into with early activation, a farm that I'm working with, is that the early activation isn't necessarily consistent with the state and metric requirements. So I know that there may be an ability that's not codified to add or rent a structure, but the state is going to require there to be a secure structure on the premises. A lot of these farms don't actually have buildings on the premises. So even if you have your state license and early activation and you're able to get going, you may not actually be able to create an immature plant area, which is where your plants are going to start off. And so that's one of the first things you need set up. And you also need to have a secure location to keep your metric tags. So if there's any way for the state to, for the county to have some consistency with what the metric requirements are going to be for the state, that would make my job a lot easier. And I'd be happy to be a resource if anyone at the county has any questions about that.
Thank you for your comments. Let's open up Lisa Bugrova.
Hi, Lisa Bugrova. Thank you, supervisors and staff, for your work on handling the influx of applications with the ever-changing regulatory environment of cannabis. The proposed changes to the EA program effectively exclude applicants who have applied in accordance with the ordinance for early activation along with their full use permit application. The early activation process as designed is an effective way for an operation to obtain state licensure for partial project components and make ends meet to fund full project applications while going through the process. These amendments, if approved, should not be retroactively applied to pending EA projects that have submitted in accordance with the ordinance standards set by the county. Full permit applications with requests to consider EA have been submitted with preliminary CEQA information provided, which allows staff to effectively make the determination that the EA areas will not result in any significant adverse environmental impacts. Those applications should be allowed to be considered at this time, especially for applications where the EA footprints proposed on areas of historically similar uses, such as ag use areas proposed for an outdoor cannabis cultivation, whether in ground or in pots. By significantly delaying the EA process and requiring a full CEQA study, including completion of filing with the state clearinghouse, EA applications and process at this point will be so delayed, likely removing the ability for significant tax revenue for the county to be realized in 2021 from these pending projects. This is also unfair discrimination specifically against one industry unless these restrictions are applied to all types of use permit applications that are allowed to use the EA process. Please consider these points when looking at the validity of this proposed amendment in your review in the coming weeks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and unmute Tiffany DeVitt.
Hi, good morning. My name is Tiffany Devitt and I represent Kindness Farms on Manning Road. First off, thank you supervisors and staff for your attention to this matter. I concur with the earlier comments about the importance of regulatory stability and business continuity. Like others, we've invested enormously in the county. Both our company and our employees' livelihoods are at stake in this discussion. We operated under an EA last year after we received our state license. Last summer, we also amended our initial application to add 6 more acres on the same property. We've completed both the biological and archaeological assessment. And like others, we've been in a holding pattern as your overworked planning department has worked through the many applications. My question today pertains to the new farmland protection zones. And the question is, are you going to allow early activation?
I'm going to interrupt you, as that is not the topic of conversation on the agenda. We're talking specifically about changes to early activation and the reasons for early activation.
Okay, fair enough. I'll take that up separately. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go ahead and open up Caleb O'Connor.
Hi, Board of Supervisors and staff. Thank you so much for your time. I represent High Art LLC, O'Connor Family Farms, and Aloha Top Shelf.
We've lost you.
Caleb, I have turned your video off. It looks like you disconnected there.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on, and hopefully Caleb can come back on. Let's go ahead and open up Julia Jacobson.
Hi, supervisors and staff. I just want to say thank you very much for all the work that you've done. I am Julia Jacobson. We are Astor Farms. We were one of the first licensed cultivators in Lake County. We have also been frustrated, but also understand why a lot of the delays have been happening on early activation, including, as was just mentioned, on properties that have already been licensed for cultivation, where you are purely applying for expansion. I know that you just mentioned when Lisa was speaking that this is not a discussion about any of the prime farmland restrictions, but I just would like to put a comment forward that I think more clarity on anything relating to early activation, even if it has to do with the farmland protection, would be greatly appreciated. There isn't even a GIS map that we're able to assess if our current property falls into that. It makes planning and financial resources very difficult when we don't even know how to begin to plan our expansion and our future operations for the business. So just wanted to make a comment that any timelines, resolutions, maps that are able to be provided by the county would be very useful for all of us as we're continuing to work with these adjustments that are happening at the county level and adjust our own business operations.
Thank you for your comment. I agree that we need to do a better job of updating the public on our website when we make those changes, and I know that is being worked on. Let's go ahead and open up Cody Price.
Thank you. I appreciate your time, Chairman Sabatier and the members of the Board of Supervisors. Couple things. I'm doing compliance at the state level and at the county level for about 6 million square feet of cultivation canopy space in Lake County. My team and I are always trying to work with all parties involved to make sure everyone's working at the same pace at the state and the county level. And we've made some great strides with the CDFA and the CDFW recently on working hand in hand with the county. So we're really happy with everything that's been going on at the county level. I want to say thank you for that. As far as the early activation projects being changed based on guidance from regulators, that may be something to be thought about to be approved based on setbacks or type 3 creeks or whatever they find. When CDFW comes out, they may allow more space or less space, which could change the project drastically. Also, our type of crops that we get involved in sometimes aren't planted until July, so that should be considered as a planting schedule. Formal complaints from neighbors who are competitors should definitely not be counted if they're in direct competition for business. We are getting licenses approved by CDFA once the county says local jurisdiction is granted. A simple form with a yes or no box check would do the job. That's coming directly from the CDFA. A question about the taxes all being paid in order for early activation to be approved. There's some farms where the cannabis is tested at the state-approved testing labs and it comes back with heavy metals or pesticides or some sort of contaminant that is not remediated, and the cannabis is ordered to be destroyed. Millions of dollars of cannabis has to be proven to be destroyed and turned into the state, and it's reported in metric as such. And I would request, when you're saying all taxes must be paid, if that crop was destroyed, that there might be some consideration for whether or not taxes should be charged on a crop that millions of dollars might have been lost on that crop. The other thing I want to talk about is the initial study process can take 6 to 8 months or longer. Is there a way to show good faith that you've started the early activation process and you've tried to get your initial study done within the last 90 days? And if no job of your fault, it doesn't get done in time, that doesn't negatively impact the early activation approval. That's all I've got today, and I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see that Caleb O'Connor came back on. Let's go ahead and unmute him and give him another chance to speak.
Hello, everyone.
And maybe keep your video off so that we can try to see if that will keep you on.
Okay, thank you. Well, my name is Caleb O'Connor, and I just want to extend appreciation for everyone here and what we're trying to accomplish. My perspective is from an outside investor in your community. I've been growing cannabis in California since 2017. My brothers and I and my family now have about 7 different farms. And we were hoping to consolidate everything in Lake County. Beautiful country, great agriculture, allowing us to use a significant portion of the land. But my concern now is we've invested $2.4 million in property there. I have other properties locked up, but now I have to enact contingencies on everything. And I can see the traumatic effect it has on the local people there that are trying to sell their land, trying to take advantage of this market. And for us as outside investors, this constantly shifting ordinances, it makes me feel very insecure. I want to be in Lake County long-term. I want to see Lake County become a significant player in the cannabis market. And I think that that's a future that we would all like to see. But with these shifting ordinances, with early activation being potentially taken off the table or being made much more difficult to accomplish, it changes all the bases upon which we decided to invest in Lake County. And that's really my comment, is that this is not only hurting the revenue that you'll be getting in taxes, this is hurting the local community of people that are trying to sell their properties, that have them locked up with persons like myself. It's hurting us investors that are coming into Lake County, attempting to play by the rules just to have all the rules changed on us. And that becomes a very tenuous position on which to invest. I'm familiar with following ordinances. I follow them in any county that I'm in to the letter of the law. But the difficult thing that I'm seeing here is the promise of early activation is looking like it's being taken off the table. And it's very difficult for us to invest in an environment like that because we have bills to pay. We have workers that need to be paid. The people that are selling these properties, they need to be paid. And so this is interfering with all of those timelines. And that's really my only comment.
Okay. Thank you very much. I do want to respond to that real quick, that I'm not sure who or what made a promise for early activation, but that is not within our code, that it's a promise that you shall get a early activation. It's very discretionary, and the majority of the changes being offered today are reinforcing the actual rules that CEQA wants us to follow. There are certain parts of that that are definitely discretionary within there, like the no changing of early activations once you get a permit. But the rules are not necessarily made by us. They are the ones we must follow based on CEQA. And early activation is definitely one of the unique traits of Lake County. But the promise of early activation, I think, is a mistake if that was what was told to you, and is definitely not within our code as well. But I do appreciate your comments. Jake, let's go ahead and open up the Zoom room and see if anybody who did not raise their hands might have a comment.
All right, and I sent that request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Hi, this is Erin McCarrick. I'm just wondering if you guys want me to read the LCCA letter, if that's helpful at all.
Please, I would appreciate that, as I have not been able to read it or see it, and especially during the meeting, it's a little difficult to read something I have not seen yet.
Absolutely. Alrighty. So, letter to the Lake County Board of Supervisors, dated March 1st, agenda item 6.4. Dear Honorable Supervisors, the Lake County Cannabis Alliance would like to express appreciation to the board and county staff for your efforts to extend the early activation program. The proposed amendments are essential for enabling continuity of cultivation for local operators and ensuring that there is a legal pathway for operators to pursue concurrent county and state applications. We support the proposed resolution and amendments, and we request the board applies the same early activation amendments to other commercial cannabis license types. We would like to suggest the two following modifications to the timelines proposed in order to account for the variability in agricultural cycles and to ensure that the greatest number of local operators can participate in the regulated market. 1, application of proposed early activation amendments to the remainder of 2021 calendar year and remove the arbitrary six-month limitation, which does not allow for variation in planting cycles. 2, instead of requiring submissions by April 20th, 2021, we encourage the CDD to allow for an open-ended application period, instead focusing on compliant projects in good standing and complete applications. An arbitrary deadline will prevent qualified applicants from applying who may need more time to prepare the initial study and satisfy all environmental requirements. Instead, perhaps, applicants could file an intent to apply by April 2021 and require progress updates at specified intervals to keep county staff informed. Additionally, we would like to see the language in the proposed amendment to Chapter 21, Section 27.13 CEI regarding complaints matches the resolution to qualify that applicants received no formal and substantiated complaints from neighboring parcels within 700 feet of project real property. We also request that applicants in good standing be allowed to alter their applications in order to accommodate such changes as increases in allowable acreage that meet all existing early activation criteria. Lastly, while Lake County is doing its best to keep the regulated actors compliant with local and state laws, we are facing an impending expiration of state provisional licenses on December 31st, 2021. Absent a state level fix, all local operators holding provisional licenses will have to cease operations while waiting to move through the use permit approval process. We respectfully urge the Board of Supervisors to sign on to a letter of support of SB 59, critical state legislation that would extend the provisional deadline to January 1st, 2028, and allow for more time for local operators to obtain use permits and annual licenses. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, on behalf of Jennifer Smith, President, and on behalf of the Lake County Cannabis Alliance, farmers, producers, distributors, manufacturers, and cannabis industry allies.
Thank you very much for reading that. And any further public comment? On item 6.4.
And I sent an additional unmute request out to the Zoom room floor.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring it back to.
Hold on, give me blueberries.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring it back to the Board of Supervisors. Any comments, suggestions? Again, we're looking to go back to continue the conversation internally on what specific changes need to be made in order to make sure that we're offering the right avenues and pathways that are in tune with CEQA, but also in tune with what our needs are for this county.
Obviously agree with bringing it back at a later date. Appreciated everybody's comments today, but I just want to reiterate, Supervisor Sabatier, I thought you did it a good time. We made it very clear from the beginning. We're trying to establish a new industry. There are going to be changes that come from both the state and outside agencies as we work through this. So there will be frustrations, there will be growing pains as we go through this, and the industry needs to understand that it is a challenge both for the Board of Supervisors and community development as we're working through and establishing this new industry. So I just want to make that very clear. And I thought we did a good job of that as a board when we did approve this ordinance, trying to establish the legal industry, but it is an establishing industry that's going to change probably for the next 3 to 5 years still on top of where we're at right now.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Pyska?
Supervisor Simon, I was going to say the same thing. This is a new industry that we're trying to establish. We have a huge amount of growth happening here, as all of you know who are in the Zoom room today and watching other places. And ordinances, they need to adjust as we grow. And we did this work to improve efficiencies in this process. And I think I heard a few times people discussing having to shrink their footprint for tax reasons, but I believe that you're taxed on what you grow. And so the more people that can just submit the footprint that they want to grow in, I'm new to the board, so I'm looking for Supervisor Sabatier to check this for me, but submit what you want to grow into, and you'll pay taxes on what you actually grow. Is that correct, Supervisor?
I think that we've had some growing pains of our own in dealing with the taxation of cultivation versus the taxation of gross receipts. But we have to deal with what the voters voted on and what was proposed on Measure C. And I think that we are doing our best to ensure that we tax only what has actively been cultivated and nothing more. But I know that that is definitely a hardship that staff has taken on, but I think that we have done a really good job of attempting to do the right thing.
Yes. And on this item, you also had section C, where we were going to talk about support for our department. And given the discussion today, I would appreciate moving forward with that if you would like to.
If there's any further comments from any other board members, it might be a perfect segue to move on into item C. Just looking for any specifics that you may have heard or any specifics that you would like to see continue being discussed between CDD, County Council, and myself as we go back to ensure that we bring the appropriate resolution and amendment to this ordinance.
Okay, then I think looking at...
Hold on one second. Just want to make sure that the other supervisors, any direction for A or B before we move on?
No, I think we can move on.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Sorry, Supervisor Pyska, go for it.
Oh, I was just going to repeat my direction, that we focus...
My bad.
That we look at the complaint process and we have that spelled out. And I think it's worth looking at the smart pot component. If we had people growing in the soil last year, are we going to make them grow in pots this year? That needs to be cleared. And if people are growing on ag land, I think that needs to be explored a little bit more for clarity. And let me get back to my notes. I'm okay with the April 20th deadline. We have a fire hydrant that we're working with here of applications coming in, and I think it's reasonable to set a deadline for this season.
And just before we move on, my intention is to do everything that I can, that we can, to bring it to the board for approval, because I can't take these actions on my own, is to bring us to a normal state of timeline for applications. So early activation, if everything works out the way that I'm hoping it will over the course of the next year, as we discuss what we can do in Part C, that early activation should not be the leverage point that it has been for so many applicants, and that we will get use permits. And I want to get people those 10-year use permits, because that is a much more stable and predictable environment for any business to be in, rather than a year-to-year or 6 months to 6 months early activation permit. But again, we need to get there, and it's about how we get there. So let's go ahead and move on and provide your input on Part C. Or do you want me to present Part C first, Supervisor Pyska, or did you have comments right away?
I have comments, but I think it would be great for you to present, and we can go from there.
Okay. Actually, I would like to bring back Deputy Director Thomas to provide at least what are some of the changes that we're currently taking on to help reduce those timelines. I know that there have been some RFPs, requests for proposals from consultants to help us with the CEQA process. If you can go ahead and kind of detail what those steps have been that we've been taking already.
Yes, of course, Chair Sabatier. As you pointed out, we did do a request for quotes for consultants to take on an initial list. We were able to contract with one consultant, and they're currently working on 10 initial studies and mitigated negative declarations for projects, with the timeline of getting them ready for the Planning Commission March 25th and April 8th. Those are moving deadlines, but we are still moving quite forward. I'm currently working with staff to realign the workload amongst the staff more equitably. We're also working, we have one extra help staff member who is taking on, she has capacity to do about 3 initial studies per month. And then on a limited case-by-case basis, we are accepting completed initial studies, mitigated negative declarations from outside prepared consultants. The reason we're doing that on a limited case-by-case basis is that as the lead agency, the county still is responsible for CEQA and making sure that, essentially we dot our I's and cross our T's. Outside of that, the next step is to investigate trying to get an on-call pool of qualified consultants. The idea behind that is if an applicant wanted to facilitate their review by having their initial study, mitigated negative declaration prepared by outside consultant, we will be assured that that consultant meets the county's requirements. Again, the idea is we don't want somebody to just prepare something and then that delays the process because it doesn't meet our standards. We're also having some preliminary investigations with some surrounding universities. Typically, they will sometimes take on special projects called practicums. We have, I believe, UC Davis in our backyard and trying to work with them and see if they would be interested in maybe doing a practicum for the environmental review for some of these initial studies. And outside of that, it's just really just staff is grinding. I can't speak enough for the dedication for staff. I've also allowed them to, work overtime and comp time. Overtime is not really, we have budgetary constraints, but I've allowed staff to utilize those 2 tools. They're just really taking on to it. We've done things like implement the phone tree and implement the frequently asked questions and update our website. A lot of time we have spent is for just answering basic questions that detract staff from actually processing permits. So doing things like that to allow the public to self-serve, 5 minutes per question doesn't seem like a lot, but if you have 60 calls per day, which is our average, that adds up, and that every time you take away from a project, that's another 20 minutes that someone is taking to get back into a groove. So we're trying to take a holistic approach to getting through the backlog, and just to kind of put a fine point on it, we have we have 300 open permit applications that's for cannabis and non-cannabis. And just to kind of give a sense of scale, the typical community development department will have about 30 open permit applications per month, as typically your community development department is charged with long-range planning. We're firmly in the current planning process. So all of those things kind of just create a capacity constraint, which is leading to that backlog. And then every day we have more projects coming in. I apologize if it sounds like a little bit of excuses, but I just really wanted to level set and show, just put a fine point on what we're dealing with and some of the tips and tactics that we're trying to do to mitigate them.
I appreciate the details. I think, and not to say you left one out, but I also believe you're working on upgraded software and looking into what software would work for you, where people are able to catch on to or be able to get the updates on the progress of their application online without having to directly contact staff. I think that would be good time saving, and I think that's also embracing the 21st century tools that are in existence. And so I'm happy that that's happening. I don't know what the timeline looks like for that, but hopefully that will be in the near future and not far off in the future. So what I will do, and I appreciate all your comments today.
I might have asked Chair Sabatier, I forgot one, I'm sorry. You rung a bell for me. We're also trying to become fully staffed out. Part of the reason why we have such a backlog as well. We're missing a principal planner and a senior planner. Those will be big, heavy lifts for us to get those key positions on board. So just to really just kind of round out that we are in the middle of those recruitment processes, and that will go a long way towards doing things like that development tracker that you mentioned, which is still in the beta testing phase.
Right.
And I apologize for interrupting.
No worries, no worries. Glad you got that in. So I'm going to offer 4 things that were on the memo, so everybody should have read this already. But 3 of them came directly from Deputy Director Thomas, and 1 of them is coming from our conversations that we've had together as well as with CDFA. So the first one is publish a solicitation for an environmental review consultant firm to take all of the environmental reviews en masse with a turnaround of 60 days review/complete environmental reviews from award date. From what I understand, and Deputy Director Thomas, I know you turned off your video camera, but I might ask you some questions. I believe that's something that you're already working on based on what you just said, correct? Okay. Number 2, publish a solicitation to establish a pool of qualified environmental consultants. This list of recommended vetted consultants can be provided to cultivators to obtain their own outside environmental review if they would like to facilitate the process. At this moment, it sounds like that's also something that you're allowing and working on to get that an expanded list.
That is correct.
Okay. And number 3, again, something that you just spoke of as well, publish a solicitation to work with a local university to have a class prepare the environmental reviews for college credit, which again would allow us to be able to push some of these projects and CEQA analysis through. And this is the one that I am really hoping that we can have a good conversation about. Granted, I think the other 3 are part of the fix that we need to do for what we have today. But this one is a long-term fix, which will take a while, but at the end, when completed, will help almost make it an over-the-counter type of zoning clearance versus a use permit. And that's publish a solicitation requesting for a county-wide programmatic EIR specifically for cannabis cultivation. Now, I dubbed something new. I would love to start calling where we can grow the inclusion zone. Let's not speak of where you can't do something. Let's talk about where you can do something. And I think that if we do a programmatic EIR specifically tailored for the ordinance that we have for cannabis cultivation on the inclusion zone, then we have the environmental review done for us. I spoke to somebody who has done the programmatic EIR for Yolo County, for Trinity County, and Humboldt County. And his response was that it basically takes 7 to 12 months is what he's anticipating, and that it would be basically over the counter because the CEQA review would have been completed. Now there's a public comment period that comes along, so it's like you have your public hearing for the entire county, and then when it's concluded, you don't have to go through those same processes anymore. Now, granted, again, the first 3, if we keep pushing for more, and I hope that we can find more consultants, I hope that we can get UC Davis on board, that can help with the backlog that's happening within the next 6 months. This one would take a longer time period, but within a year, let's hope, we can have everything finalized, and then it would be an over-the-counter process to go through these applications. So obviously I spoke with my bias of my opinions of where I think our focus should be. I want to open it up for the board to discuss, or Deputy Director Thomas, if you have any other comments. I would suggest that a programmatic EIR is going to cost some money. However, we've been collecting cannabis tax dollars and have very little tax dollars that have been utilized at this moment in time. I know a lot of people are saying pay our people more. We have. And if we also can fill up those positions and there's a need for more, then we can have that conversation. I think that none of us are throwing anything off the table. We all want to be able to process those 300 applications, because those 300 applications is economic development for our entire county and what kind of services we can afford to have for every community member that lives in Lake County. And so I think that that is good money spent on this programmatic EIR. It seems to be what has helped other communities and counties be able to fast and to streamline their processes. And again, with speaking with CDFA, they are in favor of doing this as well. And that's always good to make sure that they are on board. So opening it up for discussion as to any other ideas or a discussion of the ideas that I've placed in front of us. Supervisor Pyska?
I'm glad that we were able to let the public know that we are dedicated to getting through this backlog. We've invested a lot of time and energy. We're investing a lot of other resources. The programmatic EIR is definitely where we should go. We should make that investment for next season. But for this season, we need to look at more contractors, possibly that that process, you know, the whole permit and get, you know, we need more. We need to get through this process. We need staff to understand that bringing in this extra support doesn't impact our department in the long run. It just helps ease the burden of this. So I want staff to understand that, you know, if we bring in more consultants, it's only to help, and then they'll be gone again. And we really need to get our community development department working on developing communities again and getting through this cannabis process, which we're all learning a lot. We need to grow more, we need to evolve more, adjust more, but we need to invest more too.
Thank you, Supervisor. Anyone else with comments from the board?
No, just that I have one. Just kind of backing up, I appreciate hearing perspective from Takara. This has been a long road to navigate through, and we're also trying to calibrate while conducting business as usual, which makes it very, you know, burdensome. So I appreciate everybody working with us on this, and I appreciate the work that the Community Development Department puts forth. So,
thank you, Supervisor.
I would just like to thank Deputy Director Thomas for already going this direction that we're looking at today to try to minimize, you know, the application process, how long it takes. Because I know it's not just cannabis applications that are sitting there. We have many people trying to rebuild their homes, open businesses. So I am definitely open to any and all things that we can do to try to get this, these things through and past and move on to the next thing. So definitely open to that.
Okay. Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, just ultimate, you know, obviously to support community development. Once again, I know, you know, Supervisor Scott said it, I know we're talking about cannabis right now, but, you know, you're inundated by just projects overall, you know, in Lake County, and you guys are doing everything that you can. I know with our class and comp study, hopefully you'll be able to be bringing on some more staff. I know we're early on in that process now for those to hopefully take hold and make some changes for our recruitment and retention here in Lake County. And hopefully we'll start to see the benefits of that over the next few months. And as we move through this, you know, I just want to make it clear to the board too, when we talk consultants just don't take the work off our community development department. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done in helping those consultants really come in and understanding where we want to go as Lake County. So understanding, you know, when we're saying it's just not a simple switch of, hey, we'll get you a consultant and that's just going to ease the job and make everything that much easier on community development. We are doing everything we can to help support you, but I just want you to know that we understand everything that you're saying. When the average is 300 applications right now, and usually we're probably looking at 40 to 50 that are kind of the average that we should be dealing with. So everybody in this conversation needs to understand there are challenges. We are moving forward with it. There are successes, and we'll continue to work on the path of moving things forward. But everyone needs to be patient as we work through this process. So in support of the suggestions that were brought up today as they come back, but ultimately, everyone needs to understand the environment that we're working in. In a couple of years, I think we'll have these things worked out, but it's going to take time.
Thank you, Supervisor. I just real quick want to speak to the staff. I know that it's difficult when you're so overwhelmed to be able to complete projects. It's always nice to check boxes, and it's really difficult when you have so many boxes to juggle. And I know that it's stressful to deal with applicants who are also stressed, and understandably so. There's a lot of commitment, there's a lot of investment that has been put into this type of industry to come to Lake County and to go through the process. In my mind and my heart, I believe that we're trying to find a perfect balancing act on what do we do to continue this year and make sure that it's not to the detriment of the future of Lake County, that it's not to the detriment of our staff becoming sick due to stress of what they're dealing with, and that it's not to the detriment of the applicants who feel like they are not getting anything on their investment. That is why I wanted to make sure that we coalesce all these items together, talking about how to ensure those things with our early activation process, while also having the discussion on ensuring you that we are trying our best to decrease the timeline. I would like to see direction from the board to request, and I've spoken privately with Ms. Grant, our county counsel, to start working on a RFP for a categorical or programmatic EIR based on the ordinance that we currently have in place. So that we can go ahead and bring back the bids that we've received to the board and approve and look at approving that contract to get that started. I think that is the best way to go to ensure that we have a light at the end of our tunnel, because right now it's difficult to see. But again, going back to staff, I just want to mention some of the things that you're working on. I know in South County, Supervisor Simon is really proud of all the work that's happening down there. We have 2 golf courses that are being worked on literally by the top 2 architectures in the world who design golf courses. If we can complete those things, we will become a golfing mecca in California, possibly the United States. We are working on some resorts. We are working on some local businesses, and you've also helped create almost an equal amount of funding that comes from property taxes in this cannabis industry that is settled here. The work that is being done through that department is immense. I want to make sure that we provide you the tools to be successful and feel successful, because nothing is worse than going home on a daily basis and feeling like you weren't able to accomplish something. But just know that you are a very large cog in our wheel for the county at this moment. And we want to help you. And I think that these steps that we're taking will help provide some of that relief for everybody, including the applicants. And if the applicants feel the relief, then I'm sure that our staff will start to feel that relief as well. So I would like to see us provide that direction to County Council to go ahead and start working on that RFP. I would like to see our Deputy Director, Ms. Thomas, also continue on her research with UC Davis to see if they can become a viable tool in this CEQA process, and also looking to include more consultants to help us through the CEQA process. And yes, consultants do take up a little bit of time in order to get them up to speed with what we're looking for. We're still going to have to review their work in the long run too, but it decreases the capacity need from our staff at least a portion of the entire process, and any amount that we can decrease is good as far as I'm concerned. So that's the direction I would like to provide, and looking for either a motion or a consensus for that to be done. And hold on, sorry, I have not opened up public comment for item number C, and so let's make sure and do that. And I apologize that this item is quite lengthy, but as you can see, this is an important part right now in the history of Lake County. And we need to make sure that we get everyone's perspective and feedback on this as we navigate through some of our hardships that we're dealing with. And so let's go ahead and open up to the public. And the first hand I see comes from Lathan Martinez. If we can go ahead and unmute Lathan, please.
Well, I'm glad I got the first one in. So Lathan Martinez, sorry that I was feeding my kid blueberries and it unmuted me. I'm sure you guys heard that. But definitely the first thing I like to say is thank you to staff. Obviously, I think I know how hard they're working because of my experience. I'm an environmental engineer. I've permitted 108 grows in California, Trinity, Humboldt, Mendocino, and Lake County. So, you know, thank you to staff and directly thank you to Bruno or to Supervisor Sabatier, because he's taken a lot of time with me and my groups. So I represent NUG, Trinity Reserve, and Sundial Collective. He's taken a lot of time to help us navigate all these issues. So first of all, thank you. The programmatic, the EIR that you're talking about, which Trinity and Mendocino did as well, takes a long time. Trinity's been doing it for 2 years and they're not done. That's partially because Trinity has a group of people who are kind of fighting cannabis, which I'm sure Lake County has and is going to continue to have. So it's a little different up there politically, but than Lake County, but it's definitely going to take some time. So I would just say it's a great idea to do it. Will help every project once it's complete. I still really believe that having a clear pathway for early activations this year and MUPs for this year, which I think everyone's kind of talking about, is really important. Mainly the early activation. I know someone spoke earlier about this, and I'm not trying to get off topic, but you know, if you're done and you're in, we should be able to get early activated because we have a season. And if we have a couple months of not being licensed, it can ruin not only the whole season, but the whole business that is going to invest in Lake County. So I would just, you know, if we have good players who are paying taxes and in good standing, I think the cleanest pathway for them is the most important. And getting an EIR done in Lake County will really help that. Again, I just don't want to miss the fact that if for me in particular and my groups, if we don't have licensing complete for this year, we'll go under. And I think likely a lot of other people would be in the same position because of the amount of money we've all invested in Lake County. So that's it. Sorry if I took more than 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. And let's go ahead and already unmuted, Jennifer Smith, you're next. Jennifer?
I don't think Jennifer Smith has audio connected.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah. There you are.
You're on the phone.
Hi. Jennifer Smith. I'm a Lake County cultivator and also president of the Lake County Cannabis Alliance. I know that you already heard from us in an official capacity, but I just wanted to put in some of my personal thoughts. Some of this is repetitive, and some of it is specific to Part C. And thank you. I think Takara and your team have hit the nail on the head with some of the planning that you have for outside consultants. I'm not sure that everybody in the process in the past has understood that they can even have an outside consultant do their initial study. This is a huge leap and bound and time saver for everybody. I believe that one of the objectives that we all thought early activation should help with is getting these projects vetted and licensed in as timely a manner as possible. And I think the piece that we need to go back and look at is an ability to concurrently apply at the state. If we could define some sort of point in which your application is deemed complete enough that you have permission to apply. This is not a permission to plant. This is a permission to apply to the state, because the state will not do anything on behalf of your application until you have local authorization. That is the very first piece, and it won't move forward. And for anybody not in the know of this process, the state can take anywhere from 2 to 6 months. So farmers are in jeopardy of losing whole seasons if that application process can't start. Would like to also talk about above ground planting. I think we need to recognize the impact that delivery trucks will have, the garbage and waste created by the packaging that pots come in. Some pots are actually plastic themselves. So I think this would need to be reconsidered. We need to recognize that previously disturbed lands are just that and should perhaps be exempt from this portion. And long term, if we are planted above ground, these farms will not be able to participate in the cannabis appellation program and unable to promote itself as a product of Lake County, which is something I think we all strive to do and bring light to the success of Lake County. Third concern is the ability to change site plans. I'm concerned with this restriction because at some point these projects do need to evolve. Farming practices evolve, finances evolve, and it seems counterintuitive to make changes after a full use permit hearing. And even then, it becomes a very difficult process. So at some point, would like to see some latitude on how or a way, just not that it can't be done, but a way that it can be done. And finally, I'd like to look at the 6-month expiration of early activation. It seems like those early activations should be good for a calendar year because not everybody plants in June. Nobody knows exactly when they're going to get their early activation. And if your early activation is awarded sometime in April or May, you run the risk of being out of compliance with the state because that early activation could expire. And finally, I will continue to advocate for a countywide programmatic EIR. It could streamline this entire process. At that point, it becomes a zoning ordinance. There's check boxes, and we can move this process along much faster. Hopefully, we can all work together to find a way that this is less of a burden and more of a success story for our county and its staff. And I'm always open to questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next hand was Caleb O'Connor.
Well, thank you again, and I wanted to reach out my appreciation to the staff. I keep in touch with the planning department regularly. I know how overworked they are and frustrated they are, and that no one ever promised me early activation, and I knew it was something that you had to apply for. But I'm just stating that it's easier to operate within the known, and so I'm glad to hear all the discussions amongst you Board of Supervisors, especially with you, with the intent of your heart and mind, trying to streamline the process, make it more effective. I think that's a given. My concern is that if it's going to take 2 years for the EIR, if it's going to take that kind of time period for to kind of streamline the process, I'm wondering how relevant it's going to be in the current market with the likelihood of federal legalization hitting other states, hitting other places, and allowing easier cultivation like the state of Oklahoma. But I just wanted to lend support to the two former speakers that commented, and just saying that I agree wholeheartedly with everything they had to say. And I'm just trying to find a way of navigating these new ordinances and trying to grasp and understand what I'm up against in pursuing early activation, so that I as an investor can either pull the trigger on these properties or walk away. And that's all I'm asking. And so I'm appreciative to the thought and insight that you're all giving to it. I think that a 2-year time frame is unrealistic in the current situation that we're seeing with, like I said, federal legalization and other states kind of starting to get involved. And I would hate to see all of the current investment go to waste, and all of this current thought just not being in the right time at the right place at the right time, kind of like any investment. And I'm kind of starting to see that could potentially be a likelihood. And that's my only comment. And again, I appreciate very much all the thought and consideration that you folks have put into this.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and move on to Crystal Kesey.
Good afternoon. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to comment again. I'd like to talk about the streamlining of information to the public. Back when Mireya Turner was at the Community Development Department, there was an amazing, Lake County had what I considered the best website for cannabis application information in the state. It had every general question in an FAQ. It had all the applications that you needed available for download. It also had a timeline with linked documents of every single development in cannabis regulation in Lake County. So I know that Ms. Thomas said that they field 60 5-minute phone calls a day. I bet you could cut that down by 50% or 75% if that wonderful website came back. Somewhere down the line it disappeared, and that's been the worst thing for myself as an environmental consultant, trying to provide up-to-date information to my clients about the state of things in cannabis in Lake County. And I think that if that information was provided again, it would also facilitate streamlining and lessen the burden on the definitely overtaxed community development department. I'd also like to lend my support to Jennifer Smith's comment that we need some kind of concurrent local permission letter to the state to allow our state licensing to move forward. That's absolutely needed because just to use myself as an example, last year our early activation was awarded in May, and CDFA was furious that we received it in May. It took till September to receive our state license, and planting in September is quite difficult for a crop that needs to grow over the summer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And let's go ahead and unmute Lisa Bugrova.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the program EIR. I think that's an excellent way to look at the entire county as a whole rather than putting the individual environmental documents onto each particular project, with the caveat of allowing this EA program to continue to go through if that process is initiated. There's ability to send out real-time billing agreements to these applicants who are willing and wanting to move forward with this process to ensure that county staff has the funds to facilitate this type of endeavor, and also requiring real-time billing for those projects that are able to be contracted out to staff that can expedite the reviews for the projects in process. Thank you.
Thank you. I see there's a hand up for Mr. Martinez. I'm going to put that on hold for a second. Let's go ahead and open it up for the rest of the public who has not spoken yet, and then we'll come back to that.
All right, I've sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Yeah, my name is Sean.
Let's go ahead and start with Sean Connell.
Yeah, my name is Sean Connell. I had spoke earlier. I'm hearing a lot of conversation about a programmatic EIR, and I just want to make sure that we've all understand that CDFA requires project-specific project descriptions for each permit. Your neighboring county, Mendocino County, did a programmatic EIR, a mitigated negative deck, and they have essentially been on provisional license since the inception of their program. So as we talk about an EIR, while that may address the local concerns, we need to make sure that it is congruent with the state of California and what they're looking for in order to process annual licenses. Additionally, I do want to put out there that the state of California Food and Ag Department has put out CEQA guidance for writing CEQA project descriptions and documents that is available by other counties. It is not available through Lake County's website. I can't find any information as far as what the qualifications are for completing these types of documents. I do know that I've heard Takara talk about having third-party resource consultants. My question on that is, if I'm paying a third-party consultant to conduct my initial study as an applicant, am I also paying the county that initial study fee? And who at that county would be reviewing those initial studies? Would those also be referred out to a third party? And then what does it cost to the applicant based on that? Mendocino County has had the biggest issue with their large address of how cannabis under regulations would be compliant with state guidelines. They've been fighting for over 3 years now to have even a streamlined ability to have their applicants have an annual license. As far as how early activation ties into CDFA licenses, you don't need an early activation in order to get qualifications from CDFA. What you need is you need to have a major use permit application accepted by the planning department. And when the contact is made from CDFA, they have 60 days to respond from planning back to the state. With early activation, it reduces that timeline down to 10 days, which means that if the planning department doesn't respond at the state level, they accept that as a approval, which means that you use early activation to reduce your administrative review timeline at the state level to expedite your state issued permit. So, those are some real big things that need to be talked about, because while we could spend money on doing a programmatic EIR for the whole county, if it's not accepted at the state level and applicants are still required to do site-specific project descriptions, then I feel like that's a waste of money for the county and ultimately doesn't achieve the goal. And with that, I'll let you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments. And I don't see any more hands up, and we'll get to Deputy Director Thomas in a second. Let's go ahead and finish these public comments. Let's see if there's any more. Somebody on iPhone, you're unmuted.
Hi, Mr. Sabatier. This is Michael Wegner.
Okay.
And thank you guys again for putting all this stuff together. I think some really important aspects to everything we're talking about have been made and really specified by Sean just a moment earlier. Everything that we're doing, making sure that it's consistent or what goes into the next step at the state level is very, very important. Otherwise, it hampers the entire point of what everyone's doing. So any of the changes that you guys make, I hope that you take it into reflection of how that's going to work in the future. And again, Sean's point about how it's gone for Mendocino, it's not gone so well with some of the things they've done. So maybe using portions of what they've done, maybe not the whole thing, with a little bit of a change or a tweak to it might be a more appropriate way to go about it. Secondly, as far as funding for all of this stuff, I think you made the point that there's actually been a substantial amount of tax dollars that have been collected based on these early activations and the current major use permits that are being used. So it seemed like there's plenty of funding to get these things done, whether it's consultants or whatever program we think we can use. I think that the funds are there, and we should implement them into or point specific to where they came from. With that, a lot of people made a lot of different comments today, all of them super relevant and to the point. So I'm not going to waste anybody's time by saying I agree with all of it, but I think everybody's made some very good points and we're moving forward in the right direction. At the same time, there is a major time crunch as far as what the federal government will be doing in the future. And I think everybody in the industry knows that that is going to happen a lot faster than we'd previously thought. So any way we can keep our county in the right position at the right time, like was said before, I think is going to be really important in the future for the future of cannabis and the future of Lake County. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other public comments before we bring it back to the board? Okay, let's go ahead and bring it back to the board. Is there any new comments or questions from the board before we look at taking some action or direction?
I think Deputy Director Thomas had something she wanted to add.
Thank you for reminding me. She turned off her video and I forgot. I got distracted.
No, I just wanted to make myself available for any clarification to the board if there was any needed before we open it back up.
Would you be able to respond to the question that was asked by Mr. Connell about, I believe it was, do you still have to pay for the CEQA review process through the planning division if you're going outside to go with a consultant? Can you explain that process since that was requested?
Of course. So that will probably be a two-pronged decision tree. So decision one, if you wanted to decide to keep your environmental review with the county, you would pay for that initial fee which covers 40 hours. And then per our application as it's outlined today, if we go over those 40 hours, you have to, the county will send you an invoice for any additional work. So that's if staff writes it, right? So then if we decide to go outside with an outside consultant, yes, the applicant will still have to pay for those consulting fees. Now, they could make a decision to contract on their own, completely outside of the county's process. But again, whoever they select would have to meet the county's requirements. And so just to reiterate, yes, if you do go through the county and staff writes it, or if the county contracts with an outside consultant, the applicant is on the hook for those fees. Or if they decide to go out on their own and obtain a consultant, they will have to pay for those fees.
And also, I believe you wanted to cover the analysis is for the whole project.
I'm sorry, repeat that question one more time.
You wanted me to remind everyone that the CEQA analysis is for the whole project, and I'm guessing just not the EA portion.
Oh, yeah, so I can address that a little bit more. What that means is when we do an environmental review of a project, it has to apply for the project as a whole. There were some comments I've heard before about previously disturbed land, and yes, that is correct. There are some exemptions that exist for previously disturbed land, but that exemption would have to apply for the entire project. So if you are cultivating, you're bringing in trucks, you're impacting traffic, you're impacting digging into the ground, you're impacting the air quality. There are about 16 different items on the CEQA checklist. So whatever exemption that is applied will have to apply for the entire project as a whole, not just the actual cultivation digging into the ground. So that's one of those sticky parts about CEQA where it's a little bit vague, and you have to really dig into the details of the project and ensure that whatever analysis that you're providing provides to the entire project as a whole. There's another comment that I've heard a couple of times that I would like to respond to. If we do go through with the programmatic EIR, there are pathways to help facilitate the provision of license. They would be ministerial, but you would still have to follow the CEQA tiering process. That just would make it a lot more streamlined because you'll be able to provide that project description. Every single project has to have a full project description, whether we do the CEQA analysis for each individual project or if we do go out with a programmatic EIR. That's just one of those things that we simply cannot get away from. And of course, if we do decide to go along the route for programmatic EIR, we would flesh out all of those details with whomever the consultant is that is selected. So I just want to reiterate that it is a streamlined process. It does make it ministerial, but there is some level of review to ensure that when you're tiering off of that CEQA process, it's still consistent with CEQA.
Thank you so much for those comments. So back to the board, any questions or comments, and are we ready for action?
Ready for action.
Okay. Waiting on you.
So you want a resolution or a motion?
I would say let's, I would like to make it a solid public statement of the direction we would like to go rather than just a consensus, but it's up to you guys. I'm not the one making the motion. If you feel more comfortable with just consensus and direction, I'm fine with that.
Just on C.
Well,
right.
Yes, I'm looking at C. Sorry, Supervisor Paiska, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's okay. Well, if we're just we're asking County Council to look into the programmatic EIR, and we're asking Takara building efficiencies with staffing options. So would that be a resolution or consensus?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Ms. Graham.
That can be done by consensus or by motion, since this is direction to staff. In this case, consensus is appropriate, but if you want more formal action, then it can be, I move to direct. That's up to your board.
Thank you, Ms. Graham.
Okay, then I will make a motion. I move to direct staff on item C of consideration of 6.4, consideration of early activation changes, efficiency processes, or to look to efficiencies and processes.
Basically following the 1 through 4.
Yes, following the 1 through 4.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Johanna, if we can please get a roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall.
Aye.
Supervisor Scott.
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska. I think she's frozen.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. And Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. And I did fail to mention the whole reason for this conversation comes from the fact that CDFA was very worried about the provisional licenses that we're kind of all stuck in. And SB 59 is an important bill that will help relieve some of that if they extend the provisional licenses. And under EA, all you can get is a provisional. If you get a use permit, you can now get an annual. So this put a little bit of a problem for us to face, but at the same time, we also need to make sure that we dot our I's and cross our T's on our CEQA processes that we're going through with these early activations. So this was an important topic to bring forward. I appreciate everyone's comments and the conversation that we had. It is 1:02 p.m. I think it's time that we take a break for lunch. What do you guys think about coming back at 1:45?
Well, that's fine. I just want to let you know that the next item I'd like to continue to next week, 6.5. So we can take that next week at 10:45 if that works for you.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and take care of that item real quick. Any comments from the board about moving that item forward to next week?
I'd be in favor of that, but I know that we need to check for if that's available with Carol and Johanna.
Yes, Mr. Chair, it is a good time for next week.
Okay. And since we have it on our agenda, I'll open it up for public comment about moving the item, not specifically about the item itself. Let's go ahead and open up the Zoom room, please, Jake.
All right, I've sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, hearing none, then we will go ahead and move that item to the following week. And now we will be on our items 7, our non-timed items. I think we should take a lunch specifically for staff to be able to take the break that they need. Let's go ahead and meet back here at 1:50. Everyone's good with that?
Yes.
Okay, see you then. Thank you, everybody.